Chapter 319. What changes had happened to the Warhounds' plains? The 10 Warhounds tribes all had a population of 4-5 million, but they had been fighting each other all year round, so their elite soldiers had suffered heavy casualties. How could they form an army of 1 million people? Although the Warhounds were all soldiers, if they wanted to attack southern Shia, normal Warhound soldiers could not be used, they could only select 1 out of 10 elites. Not to mention that a single tribe could not gather an army of 1 million people. Even if they could, would they start a war of this scale alone? The only possibility was the allied army. The 10 Warhounds tribes had formed an alliance once again. The strange thing about this alliance was that it was completed in a single night. The Warhounds tribes that were killing each other suddenly made peace and began to attack southern Shia, catching southern Shia off guard. Where did the Warhounds get their confidence from? They were no longer the Warhounds of the past. Did they really think an army of 700,000 could capture the frontline fortress? The southern summer frontline fortress had 600,000 soldiers. Whether it was equipment, weapons, army quality, commanding ability, or material reserves, they were all things the Warhounds could not compare to. Not to mention the fact that they had a majestic steel wall and an impenetrable fortress. It was true that the Warhound soldiers were strong and the Warhound soldiers did not fear death, but without double the number of elite soldiers, they could not fight this battle at all. Even if they had double the number, the Warhounds might not be able to break through southern summer's barrier. Not to mention the 700,000-800,000 soldiers that looked like scattered sand. Of course, no matter what the Warhounds were thinking or what hidden cards they had, it was no longer important. The facts were in front of them. This was a battle rarely seen in 100 years. The Warhounds' plains might have changed without southern Shia knowing, but southern Shia was not the same as before. The frontline fortress was guarded by the most elite troops of southern Shia, and with the battle strength of this army, they would be able to block the Warhound. Dongfang Zhon personally went up the watchtower to supervise the battle, prepare the army. The soldiers of southern Shia drew their bows, and every arrow was wrapped in a talisman. When the archers drew their bows, the talisman would be activated, and the arrows would be shot out at the same time. Ice, fire, lightning, all kinds of energies intertwined. This was going to be an unforgettable feast. The Warhounds charged forward like a flood. When they were about to enter their firing range, the Warhounds' army suddenly stopped moving forward and actually confronted the southern summer frontline fortress. What was going on? Meng Qingwu was very confused seeing this. The Warhounds' army's momentum was terrifying, so why didn't they attack in one go? At this moment, they were only shouting and cursing from afar. There was no sign of them launching an attack. Chu Tian was carefully observing the Warhounds' army. Most of them were cavalry, and the mounts they rode were all different. Large mounts included giant elephants and rhinoceroses, medium mounts included lions, tigers, warhorses, and so on. There were also some people riding on wolves and lizards. In short, there were all kinds of strange things. Their equipment was also very simple and crude. Although they were large, they gave off a feeling of looseness. Only their numbers were too shocking. When the dense crowd of people covered the grassland, one couldn't see the front or the back, and one could only see colorful banners fluttering in the wind. All kinds of drums, trumpets, shouts, and roars practically resounded through the sky and became the main melody of this world. The most eye-catching targets of this army were several incomparably large monsters. There was one that looked like a gorilla, but it looked much more fierce. Its skin was like ash-white rock, with a large round head, 4 thick limbs, and a body that was close to 40 meters tall. Its head and chest were covered in several layers of armor and its body was tied up by several dozen chains. On its back was a large bamboo basket filled with Warhound soldiers. The Warhounds did not have any siege weapons. How could they break through the 50-meter-tall city walls? This incomparably large monster was the Warhounds' siege weapon. Normal arrows could not harm them at all, and even the heavy crossbow carts could only cause superficial wounds. They could throw several dozen tons of stone balls at the city, and they could throw the Warhound soldiers into the city in a basket. The Southern Summer King gave a few cold, disdainful laughs. It's been over 100 years and the Warhounds have not made any progress at all. This kind of motley crew, so what if their numbers were doubled? Do they want to capture southern Shia with just them? What a joke. This should be the majority of the Warhound's plane's fighting strength. If we can destroy them in one fell swoop, we will be able to heavily injure the Warhounds. The Southern Summer Army will be invincible in the future. Although he said this, the Warhounds could not be underestimated. The spirit beasts were not afraid of death and they would charge forward like crazy when fighting. Even if their formation was loose, they could not be underestimated. There were many experts in the Warhounds tribe and there would often be some unknown little spirit beasts that were peak experts in the 8th or 9th awakened soul layer. So, they could not be careless when dealing with these fellows. Meng Qingwu asked, "Why aren't they attacking?" Jiyu Qianqiu said with a serious expression, "This old man thinks they are waiting for air support." What was air support? Meng Qingwu's question had just appeared in her mind when a terrifying scream came from the sky, as if the sky was being torn apart. Dozens of giant magical beasts that were more than 100 feet long were bringing thousands of ordinary magical beasts from the ruins towards the fortress like meteors, and also like a large dark cloud that was covering the city tower. Those giant demon beasts were all giant eagles, with each giant eagle carrying at least 600-700 Warhounds experts. At this moment, they were purely being used as transportation tools. There were quite a few normal Warhounds aerial cavalry, riding all kinds of strange prairie-flying demon beasts, escorting several dozen giant eagles. This was the so-called air support. The Warhounds also had an air force. The frontline fortress walls were very high and although there were giant siege beasts, it was hard to get close. Then they first used the demon beasts to send a group of elite suicide squad up. Even if they couldn't directly open the fortress, they could at least disrupt the Southern Summer Army. In this kind of situation, if they attacked on the ground, their chances of success would greatly increase. This was not considered a battle tactic. The Warhounds had fought with Southern Shia, so they knew a few tricks to attacking a city. It could be seen from this point that the Warhounds were very well prepared. There were several 100,000 ordinary soldiers and at least 20,000 airborne soldiers. Dongfang Zhon's face sunk. "Release the arrows." When the Warhounds' airborne army was prepared to attack, a dense rain of arrows was released from the fortress and the city walls. Shua, 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 shua. Every arrow was enveloped in the glow of spirit energy and shot into the sky with extreme speed and accuracy. Every arrow contained a powerful force as it pierced into the giant bird's body. The defensive methods of the demon beasts were unable to withstand so many attacks. When some of the arrows pierced through the tough feathers and flesh, the talismans tied to the arrows were all activated. Peng, peng, peng. Looking at the sky from the fortress, the surface of those magical beasts exploded one after another, causing a rain of blood, broken feathers, and minced meat to rain down incessantly, and ear-piercing wails resounded through the sky. Dongfang Zhon waved the flag high up, "Continue to release the arrows." At this time, the Warhounds' airborne army was very close to the fortress. A Warhounds commander on the back of a black hawk stood up and released his source spirit, turning into 6 spiritual wolf soldiers that blocked the rain of arrows for his mount. He raised the saber in his hand high up and let out a loud roar. "Kill! Kill all humans! For the Warhounds!" Chu Tian said in a surprised voice when he saw this person. "Nuo Luo?" Meng Qingwu was very surprised. "How do you know him?" Chu Tian explained, "He is the Warhounds expert we met in the Scarlet Swamp. He is a peak 9th awakened soul layer cultivator. He is very strong." Meng Qingwu's heart was very heavy. A peak 9th awakened soul layer expert had actually joined the suicide squad. It could be imagined just how determined the Warhounds were. Although they were being attacked by the fortress, the Warhounds were not afraid. A group of troops had already landed and quickly landed on the fortress. This did not mean they could break in. The structure of the Iron City was sealed. Even above the battle paths in the city walls, there were several layers of dense iron nets. The surface of the nets was also covered with sharp points. The archers of the fortress were mostly stationed at the shooting windows or in the shooting corridors. How could an important fortress not consider the problem of air defense? The Warhounds airborne could bring quite a bit of trouble, but it was impossible to break through the fortress. The Southern Summer Army continued to shoot arrows. Countless giant eagles and eagles were hit and the warhounds fell down like rain. There were some that fell into the air, falling into the countless spikes of the iron nets. They were instantly cut into pieces and finally turned into a pile of rotten meat. The Southern Summer Army was very orderly. The entire army was moving inside the fortress, so the warhounds outside could not attack at all. However, at this moment, a giant eagle that had been shot by hundreds of arrows and was riddled with scars suddenly swooped down valiantly. It hit the top of the two city walls and used its giant claws to tear a hole in the iron net. Although it was eventually killed by the arrows, it opened up a gap. Roar, roar. Several hundred warhounds warriors slid down the wings, falling into the Iron City's battle path. This is bad, the warhounds are coming in. Kill, stop them, stop them. Several thousand Southern Summer soldiers entered the fortress, attacking from the left and right. These warhound soldiers were all elites, and although they knew they were going to die, it was hard to imagine how fierce they were, causing the Southern Summer soldiers to suffer double the casualties. Woo, woo. The warhounds' army blew their horns to attack. That black mass army began to charge at the fortress. It was like a black tide pressing down on the city, attempting to tear it to pieces. The warhounds' airborne soldiers had already attracted a large amount of firepower, so now was the best time for the warhounds to attack. This kind of momentum was too terrifying. The earth shook and the entire fortress trembled, with the sounds of killing coming from all directions. Was this a war between countries? Meng Qingwu had never seen this kind of fierce battle before, it was too shocking for her. Her face turned pale. In this kind of large-scale battle, a single person's strength was too small. Chu Tian comforted her, "Don't worry, we will win." Damn warhounds. The Southern Summer King found that the fortress had been infiltrated by the warhounds' airborne soldiers and immediately flew into a rage. He ordered the Griffin Knights beside him, "What are you still doing? Go resist the warhounds' airborne troop." The Griffin Knight captain had a look of hesitation, "But, Your Majesty." The Southern Summer King released a terrifying aura. "Could it be that this king needs your protection? Can't you see the Southern Summer soldiers fighting a bloody battle? You are the glorious royal knights, how can you just watch from the side?" "Yes." The Griffin Knight captain waved his hand, "Go, fight the warhounds." Several hundred Griffin Knights rode their Griffin mounts and charged out of the fortress. These royal knights were all illustrious Soul Realm experts, and although there weren't many of them, they were very strong. With them joining the battle, the Southern Summer Army felt the pressure decrease by a large amount. The Southern Summer King walked in front of Chu Tian, Meng Qingwu, and Jiyu Qianqiu, two great scholars. "Young Miss Meng Qingwu, you should immediately go to a safe place." Jiyu Qianqiu knit his brows. "Your Majesty is not willing to retreat, how can we cower?" "This is an order." The Southern Summer King said in a dignified voice, "You scholars have your own stage, the blood of scholars should not be shed on the battlefield. Go." The Southern Summer King had already made his decision. He would personally join the battle. In this large-scale battle, although a trivial true spirit realm expert could not have a decisive effect, the Southern Summer King's strength was enough to deter the warhounds. With the king personally joining the battle, it was a large morale boost for the soldiers. Jiyu Qianqiu did not even have time to speak. Chu Tian's divine sense felt something and he immediately shouted, "Be careful of the window." Hong! The window made of refined iron was blasted into smithereens, and a large amount of arrows and darts were shot into the room. Dozens of agile figures followed closely behind, barging into the place where they were. Chapter 320. The moment the warhounds attacked, Chu Tian's feet stepped back and he pulled out his sword to block the incoming arrows and darts. At the same time, he took out a sword from the gourd and threw it to Meng Qingwu beside him. "Adapt to the situation and protect yourself." Meng Qingwu took the sword and took a defensive stance. At this time, the Southern Summer King gave an angry roar. "Things that overestimate themselves, you actually dare to assassinate this king?" A vast spirit energy came out and turned into a giant shield. The hidden weapons that fell on the shield were all shattered. The strong pressure from the awakening of this source spirit made the warhounds' elites' mounts panic, almost running away. The Southern Summer King was very confident and he had reason to be confident. A true spirit realm expert was a peak expert whether it was a small kingdom or a large kingdom. Normal people could not threaten him at all, so it did not matter if the Griffin Knights were by his side. With the Southern Summer King's strength, it was not a problem for him to protect himself. Several dozen incomparably agile figures shot out like arrows, jumping through the broken window. They were very fast and they all had source spirits protecting them, clearly showing that they were awakened soul experts. The Southern Summer King's aura shocked them. These war hounds were shocked. They never thought that the giants would meet such a powerful character. However, fear and hesitation were the most fatal things on the battlefield. Only the brave would win, so they did not hesitate at all. They pulled out their weapons when they landed and immediately surrounded the Southern Summer King's group. Scoundrels! Jiu Qianqiu casually sent out a palm. With a strong palm strength, the warhound's elite's armor and bones were shattered. They crashed through the broken window and fell to the ground, turning into meat paste. Chu Tian had just blocked a blade blow when Meng Qingwu took this chance to stab her sword into the warhound's chest, instantly breaking his chest armor and organs. Blood sprayed out onto Meng Qingwu's body, making Meng Qingwu feel a wave of disgust. "Young miss, you've done well." Chu Tian never thought that Meng Qingwu, who was usually a gentle and dignified person, would be so decisive and ruthless when it came to killing people. It was a pity that the young miss did not have much battle talent. Her heavenly book source spirit could make her a top scholar, but it could not make her a strong warrior. Meng Qingwu's face was pale. She wiped off the blood on her white clothes, but found that the area was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, she didn't care anymore. "There are more and more enemies, and you still have the mood to tease me. Hurry up and do it." Chu Tian didn't care and laughed. "I don't think it's our turn." Meng Qingwu did not understand what Chu Tian meant. She saw the Southern Summer King's royal robe move without any wind. The source spirit that had condensed into a shield instantly turned into several dozen spears that shot out. This speed was so fast that the warhound's elites could not see it clearly. They could only see a beam of light piercing through their bodies, and that brutal strength directly smashed their bodies to pieces. Meng Qingwu was very shocked. Several dozen awakened soul realm experts had been instantly killed. Was this the Southern Summer King's strength? True spirit realm expert? Quickly retreat. The surviving warhound's elites were scared out of their wits. They were mostly void soul cultivators in the 3rd to 2nd awakened soul layer, and the 2 leaders were only in the illustrious soul realm. This kind of strength was not bad in a small country battlefield, but how could they fight with a true spirit realm expert? Before these people could even take a few steps, a figure charged out from the corridor with a spear in his hand, sweeping out like lightning. The warhound's elites did not even have a chance to run before they were instantly killed by the spear. "This general came late. I ask your majesty for forgiveness." Wang Tianlong was holding a bloody spear and his armor was covered in blood. It was clear that he had killed his way here. Behind Wang Tianlong were 4-5 Southern Xia high-level generals, all wearing heavy armor with the Battle Dragon Army symbol engraved on them. The Southern Summer King nodded. General Wang came just in time. "You will charge with this king and repel the warhounds together." "You can't." Wang Tianlong knelt down on one knee and said with an anxious face, "My king, the situation is very urgent. The enemy has sent out many experts, so please think of the Southern Summer Country and retreat to a safe place." The Southern Summer King was very dissatisfied. "You." The words did not come out. Wang Tianlong suddenly gripped his spear and a hard-to-detect killing intent appeared in his deep eyes. Chu Tian was very keen to catch this hard-to-detect detail. His expression changed and he immediately shouted, "Be careful of a sneak attack." Although it sounded complicated, it actually happened in an instant. Wang Tianlong, who was kneeling on one knee, suddenly stomped on the ground with his right foot and the energy he had been accumulating for a long time shattered the steel floor. The spear in his right hand released a cold glow as it pointed at the Southern Summer King's head. It was too sudden. This attack contained all of Wang Tianlong's strength. Even a true spirit expert could not block it with a hasty defense. In this instant, although Chu Tian had given a warning, the Southern Summer King was not prepared at all, so he did not have time to gather enough strength. However, he still grabbed the spear in reflex. The Southern Summer King's strength was deep. With this grab, Wang Tianlong's spear could not move forward at all. Wang Tianlong had already expected this. When the spear was grabbed, he decisively let go of the spear in his hand and slightly leaned forward. Leaping up like a leopard, a dark green dagger appeared from his right arm guard and he fiercely stabbed out. The Southern Summer King felt a pain in his chest as the dagger stabbed into his body. A burning feeling covered his entire body. The Southern Summer King gave an angry roar as he sent out a palm with his left hand. Wang Tianlong was sent flying into the wall and a large hole appeared in the steel wall. Jiyu Qianqiu angrily roared, "Wang Tianlong, you traitor!" The Southern Summer King's face turned dark as he pulled out the dark green dagger from his chest. This dagger was clearly covered in poison and he could already feel the poison invading his body. If he had not twisted his muscles at the critical moment and diverted the dagger away from his heart, this sneak attack would have taken his life. The Southern Summer King spat out a mouthful of black blood as he revealed a look of disbelief. "You actually dare betray this king?" Wang Tianlong walked out from the hole in the wall and instantly became a different person. There was no modesty on his face and it was cold and deep with a taunting smile on his face. Because with the protection of the Flood Dragon, the Southern Summer King's palm could not kill him and would at most cause some internal injuries. "King, are you worthy? Is your Dongfang family worthy? My clan is the king, you're just a usurper." Wang Tianlong gave a cold laugh. "Do you think that leaving behind a trace of my great summer royal bloodline will make us grateful to the Dongfang family? This is a mistake, a giant mistake." Jiyu Qianqiu angrily rebuked, "If not for the Dongfang family, the great summer country would not have been able to keep its territory. As for you, for your own benefit, you actually colluded with the war hound. Do you know how the great summer royal family was exterminated? A cruel and unscrupulous person like you is forsaken by man and God." The Southern Summer King was filled with regret. Dongfang Zhon was a family elder that understood the vicissitudes of life, but he had already seen through Wang Tianlong's nature. That humble appearance hid a terrifying ambition. Although Dongfang Zhon did not know what Wang Tianlong was chasing, he knew that this kind of person was very dangerous, so he gave the Southern Summer King a warning. If the Southern Summer King had listened to Dongfang Zhon's warning and was a bit more suspicious of Wang Tianlong would not have had the chance to sneak attack him. It was too late to say anything now. Since this is a mistake, this king will make up for it today. The Dongfang family's weapon-tempering source spirit was released once again. This source spirit could turn into a weapon or armor, so it could adapt to different situations. The Southern Summer King turned into a giant purple sword and slashed at Wang Tianlong with a heaven-splitting aura. The Southern Summer King had just stepped into the True Spirit Realm and was a bit weaker than the three rulers, but the True Spirit Realm and the Awakened Soul Realm were completely different concepts. This gap was not something that could be easily crossed. If this sword hit Wang Tianlong, it would be useless no matter how strong Wang Tianlong's defenses were. This was a sword that would definitely kill him. Before the giant sword hit him, the strong pressure already made Wang Tianlong unable to move. The Southern Summer King angrily roared, "Die!" At this time, a general jumped out from behind Wang Tianlong and pulled out a black blade from his waist. He instantly appeared in front of Wang Tianlong and raised the black blade to block the Southern Summer King's lightning-fast sword. Even if the Southern Summer King was heavily injured by the sneak attack, it was still a true Spirit Realm attack. If there was someone that could block the Southern Summer King's sword, that person would at least be a true Spirit Realm expert. The Southern Summer King took a few steps back and held his bleeding chest. It was clear that the poison was even stronger as he asked with a dark face, "Who are you? Is your excellency the famous Southern Summer King?" This person took off his helmet. It was a wolf race spirit beast, clearly a warhound's expert. His eyes were demonic and his aura was mysterious. There was a black blade in his hand that was very simple, like it was made of stone. There was a layer of ash-black flames on the surface. Hellsong Tribe's vice chief, Netherflame Blade Malim, a warhound's true spirit expert. This was the large tribe that the calm martial ruler mentioned several times. The Southern Summer King suddenly felt very sad. The calm martial ruler had hinted to him several times that there was a problem with this tribe, but the Southern Summer King did not care about it at all. Dongfang Zhon, calm martial ruler, the two pillars of the country, This king has truly let you down. Wang Tianlong could disguise the Hellsong tribe's vice-chief as the Battle Dragon Army's vice-general and bring him into the fortress. This made the Southern Summer King's heart skip a beat as he suddenly had a very bad premonition. Wang Tianlong was one of the vice-commanders of the frontline fortress, and if he betrayed them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Since he could bring a warhounds expert into the fortress, it was very likely he could bring more warhounds experts in or even hide an entire warhounds army in the fortress. Wang Tianlong was the Battle Dragon Army's commander. If Wang Tianlong betrayed them, even if the entire Battle Dragon Army did not betray them, at least the Earth Dragon Knights under Wang Tianlong would betray them. Although there were only 1,000–2,000 of them, they were still a very strong army. This is bad. The fortress was in danger. No matter how strong this fortress was, it could only defend against external attacks. If the enemy appeared inside the fortress, could this fortress still be impregnable? Whether it was the Imperial City Cavalry or the Kang State Cavalry, it was impossible for them to come to their rescue. Imperial City still had several 100,000 soldiers stationed there, but they were all heavily armored. Distant water could not put out a nearby fire. Stupid human king. Malim raised the plain black blade in his hand and said in fluent human language, "You have been poisoned by the Hellsong, a voodoo poison specially made by true spirit realm experts. I'm afraid no one in this world can cure this poison, so you are destined to die here. Your death will be the beginning of the Southern Summer Country's destruction. In your dreams. It doesn't matter if you admit it or not, Southern Shia has completely lost." Malim coldly said, "The humans do not have any chance of winning, your destruction is already inevitable." This spirit beast was calm and cold, not like the warhounds at all. Although he was a terrifying true spirit realm expert, the Southern Summer King had never heard of his name before. This was too hard to explain. "Respected envoy, this person is very important." Wang Tianlong pointed at Chu Tian and said, "Please capture him." The Southern Summer King's hands suddenly came together and wild energy soared into the sky, turning into a long spear covered in runes. Malim calmly raised his black blade to meet the attack. When the two weapons collided, there was no sound and no explosion. The Southern Summer King had a strange feeling. When the attack collided, it was completely absorbed. This person's weapon was like a bottomless black hole, absorbing the Southern Summer King's spirit energy and counteracting the Southern Summer King's attack. Malim coldly said, "Leave the human king to me, you are in charge of dealing with the others. Other than this one called Chu Tian, kill them all." The Battle Dragon Army officers took off their clothes and revealed that they were all famous warhounds experts, all of them in the peak 9th awakened soul layer. This is bad. How could Chu Tian not see it? This Malim was stronger than the Southern Summer King by a bit, and the Southern Summer King had been heavily injured from the sneak attack, so the Southern Summer King was bound to lose. Other than the powerful Malim, the Warhounds had 5 peak 9th awakened soul layer experts and the rebel general Wang Tianlong. 6 peak 9th awakened soul layer expert. Jiyu Chenqiu and the little fox could only block one of them at most, so they had no chance of winning. Things developing to this point was something Chu Tian never thought would happen. Today's sudden crisis was completely unexpected for Chu Tian. He did not have any advance warning or preparations, so he and the young miss would fall into a dangerous situation. Chapter 321. The moment the two true spirit realm experts made a move, the surging spirit energy almost tore the entire room apart. Malim's blade covered in ash-black flames knocked away the Southern Summer King's spear and slashed at the Southern Summer King's body. Although his source spirit turned into a defensive state, the strange black blade could still absorb his spirit energy, finally releasing a powerful force that sent the Southern Summer King flying. "This is too boring." Malim brandished the black flame blade twice with a depressed and dissatisfied look on his face. "Why did you need to use poison? It would have been good to have a fair fight, but it's a pity that Big Brother won't listen to me, making this fight so boring." This kind of insult was a great shame to the Southern Summer King, but the heavily injured Southern Summer King had no other choice. It was impossible for him to defeat Malim in his current state. Almost at the same time the Southern Summer King was pushed back, Wang Tianlong led the 5 Warhounds experts to attack Chu Tian's group. Chu Tian shouted, "Fox!" The little fox of course knew what to do. The soul puppet was thrown high into the air and the little fox blew at it. The dragon lizard beast's giant body instantly covered most of the room and a green light shot out from its mouth, sweeping at the peak ninth awakened soul layer experts. The dragon lizard beast's strength was not small, even these experts had to dodge. Humph! Malim raised his black blade as he charged forward. The dragon lizard beast's green light that could decompose matter was actually cut apart by the black blade, not having any effect at all. Capture Chu Tian alive. The 6 experts attacked again. Jiyu Qianqiu had just blocked one Warhound's expert when another Warhound's expert launched a sneak attack. Jiyu Qianqiu's protective spirit energy was pierced by the halberd and he was instantly heavily injured by the powerful attack. Meng Qingwu's heart sank to the bottom. It's over. The Southern Summer King and Jiyu Qianqiu did not have the strength to resist and Meng Qingwu and Chu Tian's cultivations were too weak, so they had no use at all. It was impossible for there to be reinforcements and it was impossible for a miracle to appear. They were dead no matter what. At this critical moment, Chu Tian pulled out 2 submachine guns. Do you still remember this? Not good. Wang Tianlong's expression changed as he retreated. Large amounts of dark red needles poured out like a storm and several Warhound's experts were hit, falling to the ground with pitiful cries. Each needle had been dipped in poison and although it couldn't kill these experts, it could still make their bodies feel numb. When Malim saw this, his black blade released a black flame that blocked in front of them. The spirit energy of a true spirit realm expert was too thick and the level 2 blood yin steel could not penetrate it. There wasn't much ammunition left in the 2 guns. Chu Tian frowned. There was no other way. In the end, he was a true spirit realm expert. All the methods an awakened soul cultivator had were useless in front of a true spirit realm expert. Unless they could exhaust the true spirit realm expert's spirit energy and charge at them when their energy was exhausted, this method was clearly not suitable. Malim saw that Chu Tian was at his wit's end, but he did not launch another attack. Chu Tian, you have a bit of skill. If you choose to be loyal to the Warhounds, I can spare your life. All right. Chu Tian laughed. You want me to join the Warhounds? Then I have a condition. Kill Wang Tianlong. Wang Tianlong never thought that Chu Tian would make this move. Respected envoy. Humph. Do you think you have the qualifications to discuss conditions with me? Letting you live is the greatest gift I can give you. Chu Tian laughed a few times. Then I'm sorry. Not every human is like a piece of trash that sells their ancestors and not every human is willing to live under a group of hairy beast. The piece of trash that sold their ancestors was naturally Wang Tianlong. The hairy beasts were definitely referring to the spirit beasts. Shameless boasting. Malim's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. Since you're not willing to surrender, then I'll just directly make a move. I'll kill the people by your side first and see if you can still laugh like this. Malim's bewitching blade was covered in a layer of black flames. Meng Qingwu felt a terrifying killing intent envelop her. This is bad. Malim could see that Meng Qingwu and Chu Tian's relationship was not shallow, so he decided to kill Meng Qingwu to anger Chu Tian. If Malim directly attacked Meng Qingwu would not have a chance of escaping. I'm afraid you don't have this kind of skill. As soon as Chu Tian's voice fell, suddenly, a terrifying aura was released from Chu Tian's body. Like an ancient demon god, it suddenly appeared on the ground. Malim, Wang Tianlong, the other Warhound's experts, and even the Southern Summer King were all stunned by this power. Chu Tian floated into the air. That face no longer had the usual frivolous look, rather it was like an aloof emperor, a god looking down on all living beings. Nine-eyed demon god source spirit. Awaken. An incomparably large silhouette appeared behind Chu Tian and a powerful pressure filled the entire fortress. The Warhounds attacking the fortress all felt this aura and their mounts were frightened, losing control of themselves. The entire battlefield fell into chaos. What was this horrifying power? Malim did not dare believe that such a weak human could release this kind of terrifying spiritual god strength. When he was shocked by the pressure released by Chu Tian, he immediately stopped attacking and went into a defensive state. Illusion technique? No, it didn't seem like it. This power was real, just deliberately mystifying things. Kill him. The 5 Warhounds experts received the order and all jumped up. They released their source spirits and attacked at the same time. When Chu Tian faced the 5-peak ninth awakened soul layer experts, his eyes were ice cold and his expression did not change. If someone looked carefully at his eyes, they would see that his eyes had changed color. The left was silver and the right was white, with 7 pupils forming the shape of a flower. You think you can kill me with just this? Chu Tian's voice was not loud, but it was filled with the majesty of a god. It was like a bomb exploding in the minds of the 5 Warhounds experts. This spiritual wave was too strong, causing their source spirits to collapse and all the energy they gathered to disappear. Soul harvest. The purple pupils lit up. That hazy 9-eyed demon god raised a purple sickle and with an unbelievable speed, it instantly slashed across the bodies of the 5 Warhounds experts. When the sickle slashed out, the 5-peak ninth awakened soul layer experts were not injured at all, but they did not even have time to let out pitiful cries before they all fell to the ground. They all had wide open eyes and were in a daze, they could not be more dead. Wang Tianlong suddenly revealed a look of fear. He instantly killed 5-peak ninth awakened soul layer experts. Even a true spirit realm expert could not do this. What kind of thing was he? After Chu Tian finished this attack, his skin began to bleed and his body began to waver. It was like there was a strong strength that almost tore his body apart. Malim noticed this situation. Although his strength is strong, it comes with a heavy price. His body is quickly withering and he can't hold on any longer. You go. How could Wang Tianlong dare go up? Even if Chu Tian's body was quickly weakening, that strong pressure still existed. Facing this spiritual god's pressure, even the bravest warrior would be afraid. Didn't Malim not dare go up himself? Useless trash, father won't play with you anymore. Chu Tian's white eyes lit up and a wave of energy spread out, wrapping around the Southern Summer King, Jiyu Chenqiu, and Meng Qingwu. Space suddenly fluctuated and the 4 of them disappeared at the same time. That terrifying aura completely disappeared. Malim and Wang Tianlong let out a sigh of relief. Teleportation? Wang Tianlong was shocked by Chu Tian's sudden disappearance. He can actually teleport. After this pressure disappeared, Malim gradually calmed down. He carefully thought about it. Chu Tian did not choose to fight him and instead used a spatial secret technique to escape. This meant that he had reached his limit and he did not have the confidence to continue using this power. This power was very strong. Even a true spirit realm expert would be afraid of it. However, with his weak cultivation, controlling this power was no different from committing suicide. His body would quickly weaken and this side effect would not disappear in a short period of time. Even if Chu Tian did not die, he would be half crippled. This person was hiding this kind of power. Chase, he had to chase. Malim sniffed, very close, he hasn't gone far. Chase for me. These people's auras were very close and this close would confirm his guess. Since Chu Tian could use a spatial secret technique, why didn't he run further away? There was only one possibility, he did not have enough strength. At this moment, Chu Tian, the Southern Summer King, Jiyu Chenqiu, and Meng Qingwu appeared in a corridor several hundred meters away. The little fox angrily cried out a few times. It still hadn't gotten its soul puppet back. In order to use the dragon lizard beast to stall for time, the little fox had thrown away its favorite soul puppet. Chu Tian. Meng Qingwu went to support Chu Tian and found that her hands were covered in blood. Chu Tian did not have any wounds on his body and this blood was clearly from the strong pressure, causing his blood vessels to burst. I won't die. Chu Tian was very weak, almost not being able to stand up. He could only swallow a few blood-clotting pills to temporarily stabilize his injuries. The others were not in a good situation either. The little fox had lost its puppet and was currently throwing a tantrum. Jiyu Chenqiu and the Southern Summer King were both injured, especially the Southern Summer King. His injuries were very serious as he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Jiyu Chenqiu quickly went to support him. Your Majesty, let me see. Chu Tian supported Meng Qingwu's arm as he walked over with difficulty. He used his divine sense to check the Southern Summer King's body and his face turned serious as he said in a weak voice, I'm afraid it's troublesome. This poison is very strong and has already entered his internal organs. This is not good. Jiyu Chenqiu asked, Is there a way to cure it? Chu Tian said with a nod, there is a way. Of course there is. But it's too late now. I don't have the materials and I don't have the time to make the antidote. Chu Tian, just say it. The Southern Summer King looked at Chu Tian with a complicated gaze. How much time does this king have? Chu Tian hesitated a bit. The Southern Summer King's body was very bad, and if he couldn't cure it in time, even with his true spirit realm cultivation, he wouldn't last long. At most, an hour or two. Everyone's expressions changed with fear. Hong. A hole was blasted open in the sealed passage. This is bad, they've caught up this quickly. This king can't pass this, but Southern Shia must pass it. The Southern Summer King tightly clenched his fists. This king will stall for time. Go find old General Dongfang Zhon and have him guard against the Battle Dragon Army's betrayal. The Warhound's army outside has been disturbed by Chu Tian's aura, so they won't be able to attack for a while. There is still time. As long as the frontline fortress was not broken through, Southern Shia would be fine. Once the fortress was broken through, it would be too late. Jiyu Qianqiu angrily said, I'll stall for time, you guys leave. The Southern Summer King grabbed Jiyu Qianqiu's clothes. Think of the big picture. Jiyu Qianqiu was suddenly silent. He knew that with his strength, he could not stop Malim. Now that Chu Tian was very weak, only the Southern Summer King could stall for time. Chu Tian, this king has always been jealous of your talent, so I have always been biased towards you. Today I've seen your true strength, and this king finally understands how stupid I was. With your strength, you will be able to stand at the peak of the continent in the future. Those emperors will have to bow down to you, so what does a small southern summer country count for? You can't die. If you fall, it would be too much of a pity. The Southern Summer King had already made his decision. When a person was about to die, his words were good. Please keep this token well. The Southern Summer King gave the token to Chu Tian, Imperial Teacher. Please be a witness and pass on this king's final message. Jiyu Qianqiu was already covered in tears. Your Majesty. The Southern Summer King said in a low voice, this king is useless and has let down the ancestors. Now that Southern Shia is facing a crisis, this king can only face it with his own body. However, a country cannot be without a ruler. Dongfang Haoran is useless and cannot turn the tide in this crisis. The calm martial ruler, Dongfang Gan, will inherit the Southern Summer King's position and lead the Southern Summer country against the War Hound. Other than that, Chu Tian will be given the title of country guarding ruler, ranking first among the rulers. Any descendant of the Dongfang family that dares to betray the ruler will be abandoned by the gods and will be destroyed by the heavens. Chu Tian cupped his hands. Before he had time to speak, the Southern Summer King grabbed Chu Tian's hand and added, if the Dongfang family cannot be supported, the ruler can abolish his throne and make himself the Southern Summer King. The weight of these words was too heavy. Imperial Teacher, did you hear this clearly? Jiyu Qianqiu kneeled down. This old minister will follow the king's orders. Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu also bowed to the Southern Summer King. For the Southern Summer King to do this with his personality, it was truly shocking. Although Chu Tian did not want the title, in this situation, Chu Tian could not reject it. After all, the Southern Summer King did not have much time left. At this time, a sharp killing intent enveloped them. The Southern Summer King used the Dongfang family's secret technique, burning his vitality and instantly releasing his strength. An invisible hand grabbed the three of them and threw them outside. Then he knelt down in front of them and clenched his fists as he loudly shouted, I leave the Southern Summer country in everyone's hands. You must take revenge for this king. A king that did not kneel even in death was now kneeling to the three of them. What kind of tragic scene was this? The moment the passage closed, a large sound came from behind him. Malim's group had charged in and the Southern Summer King turned around to look at them with a cold gaze. You're not running. Running. This king is the Southern Summer King. Even if I die, I will die with dignity. Malim was silent for a few seconds before nodding to Wang Tianlong beside him and saying, step down and don't interfere. I will send the Southern Summer King off one last time. The Southern Summer King broke out in laughter. Come. The two of them collided. The wild strength of the true spirit realm instantly created a powerful explosion. The intense battle lasted for around 10 minutes before it finally stopped. Chapter 322. The Warhound's army adjusted themselves and then continued to attack the fortress. Several dozen giant monsters charged at the very front with earth-shaking steps. Several hundred to over 1,000 talisman arrows fell on their bodies, but they did not cause any damage. Only archers at the illustrious Soul Realm or heavy crossbow carts could barely injure them. Dongfang Zhon stood on the observation deck, leaning on his sword, his eyes fixed on the fierce battlefield. Messengers kept coming in from all over, reporting the situation of the defense of each section of the city wall. Dongfang Zhon was mobilizing his troops according to the situation. The battle had already started for half an hour and the battle had already reached its climax. This was a rarely seen large-scale battle. The Warhound's attacks were very fierce, but the situation had not collapsed yet and everything was under control. Dongfang Zhon was an old general who had experienced hundreds of battles, so he had a very precise control over the battlefield. The Warhound's casualties were 3 times that of the Southern Summer Army and the Warhound's aerial troops had basically been destroyed. Southern Shia's casualties were not light, but they only had half of their army fighting, so they could rotate to ensure their battle strength. The Warhounds were the attacking side. Southern Shia was the defending side. Using stillness to stop the enemy and using slowness to stop the enemy, this was the key to victory for the Southern Summer side. Dongfang Zhon did not rely on the number of enemies he could kill, but rather he steadily defended, wearing down the Warhound's spirit. As long as the Warhounds did not succeed in their first attack, it would be hard for the Warhounds to launch a second attack. This was because the Warhounds did not have any aerial troops and they had lost a large number of giant beasts. This battle could only be fought in one go, otherwise they would be exhausted. Just now, a mysterious pressure had appeared from an unknown location in the fortress, causing the Warhounds to fall into chaos and disturbing the order of the Warhounds. The Warhounds' army was still fierce, but they were slowly declining. "It's about time," Dongfang Zhon coldly said, "have the cavalry gather at the 30th pass. Once the Warhounds retreat, immediately charge at the defeated Warhounds from both sides. Remember to only attack once, don't be greedy and continue fighting. Open the 15th pass to provide support." The Warhounds' defeat was only a matter of time, so he wanted to maximize the results of this battle. Once the Warhounds began to retreat, the several 100,000 army would fall into chaos. At this time, the Southern Summer Cavalry would charge forward and they would take at least 80 to 100,000 heads, dealing a heavy blow to the Warhound. Who knew that at this moment, a sharp voice would resound in the sky above the stronghold. "The Southern Summer King is dead. Southern Summer Army, quickly give up your resistance." A Warhound's expert holding a black blade climbed onto a watchtower of the fortress, raising a head high up in his left hand. When the Southern Summer soldiers saw that head, their minds almost collapsed. This head was not someone else's, it was actually the Southern Summer King. "The Southern Summer King is dead. The Southern Summer King is dead." This was like a bolt from the blue. The Southern Summer Army was instantly stunned. Everyone fell into a panic. If even the Southern Summer King died, could they still fight this battle? The Warhound's army seemed to have noticed the movements on this side, so they increased the pace of their attacks, increasing their strength while the Southern Summer Army's morale was hit. Dongfang Zhon coldly stared, his eyelids not even blinking. This is nothing more than a psychological attack by the enemy. My king has already retreated, how could he be harmed by these evil soldiers? Pass down my command, those who spread rumors and mislead the people will be beheaded without mercy. Dongfang Zhon's words calmed the hearts of the generals. The generals immediately beheaded a few cowardly people that wavered the morale of the army before continuing to command the battle. No one noticed that Dongfang Zhon's slightly trembling hand. My king. Had he really been harmed? If the Southern Summer King had died in the frontline fortress, once this matter was confirmed, it would be a destructive blow to the morale of the army. It would set off a large wave in all of Southern Shia. Dongfang Zhon was not sure if this matter was true, so he could only choose not to believe it. He was the commander of the army and if he wavered, how could his soldiers fight in peace? At this time, Chu Tian, Jiyu Qianqiu, and Meng Qingwu arrived at the command platform. They all looked very distressed, and even Meng Qingwu was covered in blood. She had been protecting Chu Tian the entire time and had killed at least 20 warhound soldiers. Chu Tian was very weak and his battle strength had been greatly reduced. If it wasn't for Jiyu Qianqiu and Meng Qingwu protecting him, he would have already been killed by the warhounds. Jiyu Qianqiu shouted with an anxious expression, "Marshal, we have something to report." Dongfang Zhon asked with a calm face, "What is going on?" "The battle dragon army is suspected of rebelling," Jiyu Qianqiu anxiously said. "My king has given the order to quickly quell the rebellion and avoid a rebellion in the fortress." "What? The battle dragon army is rebelling?" His intuition told Dongfang Zhon that this was most likely true. He had already suspected Wang Tianlong, but Wang Tianlong was watertight and he could not find any evidence. If the battle dragon army was really rebelling, the frontline fortress would be in great danger. There was another point that made Dongfang Zhon's heart sink. If Wang Tianlong was rebelling, he would not let go of such a good chance to kill the king. This also meant that the news was most likely true and the Southern Summer King had already been killed. Jiyu Qianqiu and the others clearly knew how powerful this was, so they did not directly say it. "This is the king's command token." This was the Southern Summer King's supreme command token. It would not be given to anyone. If this command token was not on the Southern Summer King's body, then there was only one possibility: the Southern Summer King was already dead. Damn it! Dongfang Zhon suppressed his grief. These damn beast. Chu Tian weakly walked over and cupped his hands to Dongfang Zhon as he said, "Marshal, now that things have reached this point, we have to make a quick decision. Whether the frontline fortress can be defended or not is all up to the marshal." Jiyu Qianqiu also said, "As long as the fortress is defended, Southern Summer will be impregnable. If the fortress is broken, Southern Summer will be in great danger." Report. A messenger ran over in a hurry. "Marshal, the Western Battle Dragon Fortress is suspected to have been attacked by the warhounds and the garrison is in a bitter battle. The beacon for help has already been lit." Dongfang Zhon's fist shattered the wall. "Activate the Blood Eagle camp. This old man will personally quell the rebellion." The Blood Eagle camp was the Dongfang family's army and was the direct subordinate of the calm martial ruler. It was also a very precious air force. Because of the Blood Eagle camp's special characteristics, it was a fast response force on the front lines. Although they were stationed in the fortress, they would not easily participate in the battle. Only in this kind of sudden crisis would the Blood Eagle camp participate in the battle with the marshal's order. "We're also going." Jiyu Qianqiu blew a flute. Several dozen Griffin Knights were gathered in front of the palace. Dongfang Zhon had already activated the Blood Eagle camp at this time. Several hundred blood-clothed generals of the Dongfang family were riding Blood Eagles as they charged out of the fortress. Chu Tian, Jiyu Qianqiu, and Meng Qingwu rode on a griffin and used the king's command to order the remaining several dozen royal knights to cooperate with the Blood Eagle camp, heading in the direction of the Battle Dragon Fortress. Whether it was the Griffin or the Blood Eagle, they were all very fast. Especially when they charged at full speed, they didn't even need half an hour to cross the long distance, arriving at the chaotic Battle Dragon Fortress. The Battle Dragon Fortress was already in chaos. The Battle Dragon army had rebelled and there were many warhounds experts hidden in the Battle Dragon army. This sudden eruption caught the Southern Summer army off guard. The good thing was that the Battle Dragon army only rebelled against the Earth Dragon army under Wang Tianlong. The other several tens of thousands of normal soldiers did not rebel. Adding in the fact that the Battle Dragon Fortress was not completely guarded by the Battle Dragon army, there were also high-level generals from other factions. Although the situation was very dangerous, it was not to the point of collapse. "Crazy. Are you crazy?" A Battle Dragon army vice-general was covered in blood with several wounds, leading several hundred personal soldiers in a desperate resistance. "I don't believe the young commander would betray the Southern Summer country." Wang Tu held a spear in his hand as he led the Earth Dragon cavalry and the Warhounds experts to surround them. Wang Tu shouted with a cold smile, "Wang Lai. Whether or not my clan can regain the status of the royal family will all depend on this battle. The young commander did not tell you because he knew you were a stubborn person. I never thought that you would still obstruct the royal family's plans like this. If you continue to stubbornly resist, Don't blame this general's spear for not being polite. Royal family? Wang Tu broke out in laughter. If the royal family needs to bow down to the war hounds, what use is the royal family's status? Could it be you want to become the war hound's slaves? The war hounds are our enemies. Betraying the southern summer country and betraying humanity, you are worse than dogs and pigs. We would rather die than submit. All right, you're seeking death. Wang Tu flew into a rage. Kill. The Earth Dragon army charged forward, and this general named Wang Lai was instantly injured in several places. His personal soldiers were all killed in battle. A vice-general of the Battle Dragon army slashed out with his blade. Ah! Wang Lai gave a pitiful cry as one of his arms was cut off. Wang Tu gave a disdainful sneer. This is the result of not listening. Kill him for me. Traitor. Die. A terrifying roar came from the battle path as several hundred bloodhawks charged out like a whirlwind. The Battle Dragon army was caught off guard and several dozen of them were instantly killed. Wang Tu was shocked and angry. Bloodhawk camp. Why did they come this quickly? The Earth Dragon army was the Wang family's most important army, having a total of 2,000 people. They had already lost quite a bit in the battle, and now that the Bloodhawk camp had joined the battle, another group of Earth Dragons had been killed. How could Wang Tu not be angry? What does the Bloodhawk camp count for? Would the Wang family's Earth Dragon cavalry be afraid of you? Wang Tu did not even have time to curse before he saw a white-haired old general leading the Bloodhawk camp. He was holding a giant sword as he stood on the back of a bloodhawk, charging at Wang Tu. It's Dongfang Zhon. Wang Tu quickly raised his spear to block it. Die for me. Dongfang Zhon's sword and spear head were fiercely cut in half. Dongfang Zhon had been a veteran of the battlefield for several decades, killing countless people and even meeting true spirit realm experts. His strength was higher than any marquis. It was not something Wang Tu in the 9th awakened soul layer could block. When Wang Lai saw Dongfang Zhon appear, he let out a sigh of relief. This general is ashamed. I couldn't block them. I ask the marshal to protect the frontline fortress. My southern summer and the war hounds are irreconcilable. We can't even give up an inch of land. After saying this, he fell into the sea of corpses. This Wang family general had fought until now, but he finally died from his heavy injuries. Chapter 323. Dongfang Zhon's eyes popped out in anger. If it wasn't for the fact that there were righteous and selfless generals in the army, perhaps the Battle Dragon fortress would have already fallen. If this place was broken through, the entire frontline defense line would collapse. General, please be assured. Dongfang Zhon took off his cloak and placed it over Wang Lai's body. He gave him a solemn military salute. This old soldier swears to live and die with the frontline soldiers, to live and die with the frontline defense. After saying this, he kicked away Wang Tu's broken corpse and threw out Wang Lai's spear. The spear spun at high speed as it shot out. It was as if it was piercing through a layer of paper. It pierced through the chest armor and nailed the corpse to the wall. In the end, the huge force tore it apart, and the broken pieces of flesh bloomed like flowers. This is the fate of a traitor. Dongfang Zhon pulled out the large sword, stabbed into the ground, and spirit energy was poured into the sword. The sword glow instantly soared into the sky, and that cold aura filled people with fear. This over 100-year-old white-haired general was like an enraged lion at this moment as he angrily roared, "For southern summer, for the human race, kill the traitors and sweep away the war hounds. As long as we have a breath left, we will not stop fighting. Kill the traitors and sweep away the war hound. Kill the traitors and sweep away the war hound." Dozens of Griffin Knights, 500 top experts of Blood Eagle Camp, and tens of thousands of wounded soldiers of Battle Dragon Fortress were all gathered together. Their blood was stirred up by this old general, and they swore to live and die with the frontline army. This kind of scene made Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu slightly moved. Southern Xia having a good general like Dongfang Zhon was truly the fortune of Southern Xia. "Young miss, let's go as well. Your injuries are too heavy, don't fight anymore." Meng Qingwu knew that Chu Tian's situation was very serious and only Chu Tian could hold on until now. If it was a normal person, they would have already fainted. Although the power Chu Tian used was strong, the side effects were very large. If he was injured now, the consequences would be hard to predict. Chu Tian pulled out his ice-cold blade. Young miss, your words aren't right. I am still the Southern Summer ruler's subordinate. Although it was forcefully conferred by that fellow Southern Summer king, since I am the ruler of the Southern Summer country, I should put in some effort, don't you think so? What else could Meng Qingwu say? Chu Tian had inexplicably become the country-guarding ruler. This ruler title was even more famous than the calm martial ruler. Chu Tian was a person who pursued freedom, so he would not easily accept responsibility. But now that the heavy responsibility had been pushed onto him, Chu Tian was not a coward who would retreat. Dongfang Zhon and Jiyu Qianqiu, these old men over 100 years old, were charging forward, so what reason did Chu Tian have to retreat? We'll go together. Ha, ha, young miss, that's right. We'll kill him to our heart's content. After Dongfang Zhon killed Wang Tu, the Earth Dragon cavalry quickly retreated. Their task was not to fight the frontline marshal, but rather to open the pass and let the Warhound's army in. When Dongfang Zhon's troops arrived, it meant that there wasn't much time left. Dongfang Zhon would not let the traitors go. Breaking through the Battle Dragon fortress from the inside was the only path of survival for the rebel army. They were very clear on this point, so they were prepared to forcefully break through the pass at any cost. Don't give them a chance. Surround and kill them for me. Dongfang Zhon was very experienced on the battlefield. Although he had just arrived at the Battle Dragon fortress that was in a mess, he still managed to gather the several tens of thousands of elite soldiers in a short period of time. A portion was sent to the walls and a portion was personally leading the troops to suppress the rebellion. The Wang family's Battle Dragon cavalry did not have a chance because the pass was being guarded. Even with the Earth Dragon cavalry's strength, they could not break through in a short period of time. Not to mention that Dongfang Zhon was leading an aggressive army to kill them from behind. That hateful Eastern old man. You think the Battle Dragon army is afraid of you? We'll go all out against him. A few deputy generals gave the order, and the Earth Dragon cavalry turned around. The Earth Dragon cavalry was clad in superior black armor, holding a 3-meter-long custom-made lance in their hands. Their eyes were blood-red, and they were crazily shouting to kill. At this moment, the plump and sturdy Earth Dragons were stimulated, and they burst out with a powerful force. The spikes and sharp blades embedded in the Earth Dragon's armor would become the Grim Reaper's harvesting weapons. Cavalry had the advantage over infantry, not to mention the heavy armored Earth Dragon cavalry. These Earth Dragon cavalry were all at the second, and even third awakened soul layer. Even a small team leader was an illustrious soul realm expert. Their battle strength was not inferior to the Dongfang family's Bloodhawk camp, and they would not lose to the Royal Palace's Royal Knights. The Earth Dragons' mouths were already releasing an incomparably hot energy. The Earth Dragons could release high-temperature flames, and although it could not compare to a true dragon's breath, it could still melt steel. Even an awakened soul cultivator might not be able to block it. The space here was not wide, so Dongfang Zhon's side would suffer heavy losses. Dongfang Zhon loudly shouted, "Bloodhawk camp, cover!" The Bloodhawk cavalry's low-flying nimble figures were not something the heavy Earth Dragon cavalry could block. The Bloodhawk cavalry did not directly attack the thick-skinned Earth Dragons, rather they launched a sneak attack on the Earth Dragon cavalry. A single wave of killing would kill an entire row of Earth Dragon cavalry. Once the Earth Dragons lost control of the cavalry, they would immediately fall into chaos. At this time, Dongfang Zhon took the lead and surrounded the powerful Earth Dragon mounts. Not long later, the Earth Dragon cavalry had lost 200 people, which made the Wang family vice-generals clench their teeth in anger. Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu did not have the strength to fight in close combat, but they could ride the griffins and attack from the air with the Bloodhawk camp. Meng Qingwu picked up a source energy submachine gun and wildly fired at the Earth Dragon cavalry from 100 meters away. Normal source energy submachine guns were weaker, but their main advantage was their high rate of fire. This was Chu Tian's custom-made version, and each bullet had been strengthened. Not only were they not weaker than normal pistols, they were actually a bit stronger. It could easily pierce through the protective spirit energy of a cultivator under the fourth awakened soul layer, and even a fourth awakened soul layer cultivator wouldn't be able to take 2 more shots. Meng Qingwu swept out with the gun. At least 4-5 Earth Dragon cavalry were shot down. At this time, Chu Tian controlled the griffins to dive down and used its claws to tear them apart. The two of them worked together to kill several dozen griffins. Damn! If we keep fighting like this, we'll lose for sure. The vice-generals saw this and knew that their only chance of winning was to open the fort with their lives on the line. They decided to ignore Dongfang Zhon's attack and began a crazy suicidal attack. They had to open the fort. How could Dongfang Zhon let them succeed? This white-haired old general charged into the Earth Dragon cavalry formation and cut down 20 Earth Dragon cavalry in one go, finally killing a 9th awakened Soul Layer vice-general. Although he paid the price of 7-8 wounds, he became fiercer and fiercer as he fought. He was like a beast in a desperate situation. This madness was not something these people could endure. This old madman. Does he want to die with us? The Earth Dragon cavalry were all shocked by Dongfang Zhon's attitude of sacrificing 800 to injure 3,000 enemies. Their momentum became weaker and their numbers decreased. Finally, with the help of the Bloodhawk camp, the entire Earth Dragon cavalry had been cleaned up. Dongfang Zhon continued to clean up, killing all the Warhound's experts that had infiltrated in. Although the Battle Dragon Fortress was temporarily saved, after several rounds of internal strife, they had suffered heavy losses and were on the verge of collapse. The battle had already been going on for 2 hours. Inside and outside, blood flowed like a river and both sides had countless casualties. Hold on. The Warhound's army can't hold on any longer. Dongfang Zhon's body was covered in blood and he was injured in several places, but he was still waving his large sword that was filled with holes as he shouted, as if his body was not his. Over half of the 500 Bloodhawk camp generals had died. This was the Dongfang family's trump card. Dongfang Zhon's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, but if they could protect the frontline fortress, it was not a pity no matter what price they had to pay. As long as the frontline fortress was not broken, Southern Xia would have the capital to counterattack. Judging from the current situation, victory was already in sight. Finally, the Warhounds blew the horn to retreat. This large army left behind over 100,000 corpses and slowly retreated like a tide. The Southern Summer soldiers that had been fighting for several hours all shouted out in excitement. The Warhounds had attacked for a long time, so they were finally retreating. The Warhounds' army has retreated. The Warhounds' army has finally retreated. Southern Xia has won. Long live Southern Xia. Long live the Marshal. The Warhounds' army was very chaotic. After the horn to retreat was blown, the entire army quickly retreated, falling into chaos. Banners were thrown to the ground and armor were thrown away. This scene could be described as very embarrassing. In this situation, it was almost impossible for them to launch a second wave of attacks. At this time, the cavalry that Dongfang Zhon had arranged ahead of time moved out. This was definitely a surprise attack. The Warhounds never would have thought that after the Southern Summer Army had experienced such a bloody battle, they would still send troops to chase after them. The two cavalry groups did not have many people, with each group only having 40,000 to 50,000 people. However, using troops did not depend on how many there were, it depended on using them at the right time. When the cavalry charged out of the pass, they charged through the prairie like lightning. They were like two sharp knives stabbing into the chaotic Warhounds' army, wildly harvesting them like a harvesting machine. The Warhounds were currently retreating. Their attack on the city had failed, so they were quickly running away. Dodging the rain of arrows from the watchtowers, they were already in a very sorry state. Their morale had dropped to a freezing point, so they only cared about running for their lives. How could they resist? This was a one-sided slaughter. In just a short while, they had killed at least 10,000 Warhound soldiers. Wherever they went, there was a large pile of bloody corpses. Chu Tian couldn't help giving a praise. Beautifully done. The old general was truly an experienced general. This cavalry was used at the right time. The Warhounds' failure in attacking the city was already a large setback. If they could kill 50,000–80,000 people while retreating, it would be like sprinkling salt on the Warhounds' wounds, making them unable to think of attacking the city a second time. This battle would be over and the Warhounds would return to the prairies with their tails between their legs. Southern Xia had paid quite a large price, but the main thing was the damage to the fortress. It would only take a year to repair it, and the main force of the Southern Summer Army was still there. If it wasn't for the Southern Summer King falling, this would have been a very beautiful battle. However, when everyone was thinking this, a strange change occurred that no one expected. There was a deep drum sound coming from the center of the battlefield. This kind of drum sound had never been heard before. Although it was deep, it was incomparably deep, like it was coming from the earth. The battle intent contained within was completely different from the Warhound's army's retreat. Dongfang Zhon's expression instantly changed. Retreat. Retreat. Dongfang Zhon had already left the command platform. He could not pass down his orders in this place. In just a short few seconds, there was a shocking change on the battlefield. Those different shapes and colors, as well as the messy flags, all of them suddenly disappeared. The messy horn war drums were also extinguished at this moment. In the center of the Warhound's army, a large black flag suddenly appeared. This was an orderly standing army that had not moved since the beginning of the battle. They had always been hidden in the center of the Warhound's army, but now that they had suddenly appeared, it was like a dangerous reef appearing in the middle of the ocean. This is bad. The Warhounds were still holding back. They had not used their full strength, and even their retreat was just an act. The enemy commander seemed to understand Dongfang Zhon's style very well, even guessing how Dongfang Zhon would deploy his troops. Dongfang Zhon did not know anything about the other side, and he did not believe that there would be such a cunning leader among the Warhound. Who was the commander of this army? Where did this orderly army come from? The bad premonition in Dongfang Zhon's heart was becoming stronger and stronger. An unimaginable change had occurred in the Warhound's plains, but Southern Xia had not gathered any information about it at all. Fang King, Fang King, Fang King. The Warhound's army began to shout out in unison. This was a title that represented supreme power and status in the Warhound's plains. Each Warhound soldier had a fanatical look on their faces, just like they were welcoming their emperor. Chapter 324. The messy flags of the Warhound's army disappeared at the same time, and a large amount of black flags appeared in the center of the army. They looked very neat, being exactly the same. It was like a dark current was surging forward, causing the soldiers in front of them to retreat. The Southern Xia cavalry did not see the flags, but from the shouts of the surrounding Warhounds, they could feel that something was wrong. Only they had already charged out, so it was too late for them to retreat now. The Warhound's kingdom's flag. When Dongfang Zhon saw the other side's flag, his eyes popped out and his face turned pale. This is the Fang King army. A new Fang King has appeared on the Warhound's plains. Chu Tian was already not unfamiliar with the Fang King title. The Warhounds were mostly wolf and dog races, so they worshipped the sharp teeth of wild beasts. So on the Warhound's plains, teeth were the totem of most tribes, as well as a symbol of strength and status. It was because of this that the Warhounds called the person with the highest status the Fang King. This was translated in the spirit beast language, which meant the king of a human kingdom. There was no Fang King ruling. The Warhound's plains were like scattered sand. Even the alliance did not pose a threat. Southern Xia could easily stir up conflict and make their alliance collapse in the blink of an eye. But once the Fang King was born, the Warhound's plains would once again become the Warhound's kingdom. This meant that Southern Xia would face a large calamity. After the last Fang King fell, the Warhound's plains had not had a new Fang King appear for over 100 years. The strength of the major tribes was about the same, and they were fighting over the Fang King. In just a few short months, the Warhound's plains had suddenly given birth to a Fang King. There was only one possibility. This generation's Fang King had an overwhelming strength, forcing all the tribes to obey him. Was the previous attack just the prelude? The Fang King's army had moved, but the true battle had just begun. This is bad. It's dangerous. Dongfang Zhon wanted to call back his cavalry, but it was already too late. When the Warhound's army quickly separated, a fierce black army appeared from the disorderly army. This was an army of around 100,000 people, all wearing black battle wolves, all wearing Warhound's wolf cavalry, and all wielding war horses and large blade. Weapons, equipment, and mounts, the 100,000 Warhound's wolf cavalry were the same. Every wolf rider had a black flag on their back. The design of the flag was impressively the terrifying fangs of wild beasts. This army was silent, but they emitted an aura of death, causing a terrifying murderous aura to permeate the entire battlefield. The leader of the wolf cavalry was especially eye-catching. This person was covered in dark golden scale armor, and his burly body was about 2.5 meters tall. His face was full of hideous scars, and one of them was a sword fan, which had almost cut his scalp in half. The wound was full of stitches. He held a huge golden drum, which seemed to contain unimaginable power. When he waved it casually, even the air was distorted. The most eye-catching part is, this warhound's expert was riding a 3-headed demon wolf. The 3-headed demon wolf's entire body was pitch black and hairless. Its skin was rock-like, as if there were flames flowing within its body. This was a level 3 magical beast that would make one's hair stand on end. It was said that it possessed the bloodline of the prehistoric ferocious beast, the 3-headed hellhound. As such, it possessed great strength. Fang King! Fang King! Fang King! The war hounds began to wildly shout. When the 2 Southern Summer cavalry charged over, they already saw the warhounds' wolf cavalry. The aura of the 3-headed demon wolf made the war horses neighed in unease, and the orderly charging formation fell into chaos. Fang King! Here's the Fang King! A cavalry general knew that once a large amount of cavalry began their charge, it was impossible to retreat midway. This was because the cavalry was too large and orders could not be passed on, so retreating would only result in defeat. Since it was like this, why not risk it all? Charge! Kill the bandit leader! No matter how strong the Fang King was, could he block the charge of over 10,000 cavalry? With this wave of cavalry charging at high speeds, even a true spirit expert would die. The Fang King slowly raised the golden drum in his hand, and the several dozen meter range was covered in energy, forming a strong energy field. When the Fang King raised his weapon high up, a small bolt of lightning shot into the sky. Following that, a large dark cloud appeared above the Fang King's head. Purple gold thunder god's drum, release your anger. When the Southern Summer cavalry charged over, large amounts of lightning appeared in the sky and countless bolts of lightning fell down like rain. Whether it was the cavalry or the war horses, as long as they were hit by the lightning, they would be charred black and die on the spot. The Fang King's casual attack had knocked down at least 200 Southern Summer elite cavalry. The other Southern Summer cavalry all revealed looks of shock. This person's strength far surpassed their imagination. This was not good for them. What is Malim doing? The Fang King did not place the Southern Summer cavalry in his eyes at all as he stared at the fortress in front of him. Since you want me to personally make a move. This new Fang King raised the majestic purple gold drum high up and his cold voice echoed through the world. Don't leave a single one alive, kill them all. The war drums rumbled. The silent 100,000 demon wolf cavalry received this order and they suddenly charged forward. Their speed was twice as fast as the Southern Summer cavalry. A blue wave and a black wave collided and the black wave seemed to be able to destroy everything, instantly submerging the Southern Shia elite cavalry. This battle could not be fought. The mounts of the Southern Shia cavalry were storm horses and these horses were only level 1 demon beast. The mounts of the Warhound's kingdom were demon wolves and these demon wolves were level 2 demon beast. These demon wolves were at least in the first awakened soul layer. This also meant that even if they didn't consider the strength of the wolf cavalry, the Southern Summer cavalry was facing an army of 100,000 awakened soul cultivators. With this kind of large number and this kind of terrifying scale, they had an overwhelming advantage. The demon wolves had many abilities, like bursting forward, using spirit energy to defend, or spitting out demon flames. If it was just one, it would not be considered strong, but with 100,000 of them, it was an incomparably terrifying strength. The Warhound's cavalry were mostly in the first or second awakened soul layer. This army could be considered an elite army even in the large kingdoms of the continent. The elite army of a small country like Southern Shia was not even on the same level, so it was a one-sided slaughter. Countless Southern Summer cavalry were pounced on by the wolves, bitten to death, and torn to shreds. The Fang King charged into the crowd with the flashing purple gold drum in his hand. Wherever the golden drum went, whether it was men or horses, they were all burnt to ashes. It was like there was no one there, No one could stop him at all. Fang King! Fang King! When the Warhound's army saw the terrifying battle strength of the Fang King's army, their morale was raised and they began to wildly counterattack the Southern Summer Cavalry. 100,000 cavalry. This was the entire cavalry of the Great Wall Army. They were being wildly slaughtered by the Warhounds right in front of Dongfang Zhon's eyes. The hearts of the Southern Xia army fell to the bottom and they fell apart. They had thought that they had won a moment ago, but they had been completely beaten black and blue by the reality in front of them. Facing this kind of crazy and powerful army, everyone felt fear in their hearts. Kill all the humans. The Demon Wolf cavalry tore through the Southern Summer Cavalry like a giant black sword, stabbing straight at the frontline fortress. The Southern Xia soldiers woke up like they were in a dream and the various fortress commanders began to busy themselves. Prepare to fight. We have to stop them outside the walls. At this time, the Fang King raised the purple gold thunder god's drum in his hand. Please bestow me strength. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and landed on the purple gold drum. Kibao raised his weapon and threw it forward, and the berserk power quickly bombarded the city gate, which had been damaged by the dazzling giant monster. In an instant, a massive hole appeared in the city gate. The Southern Xia defenders were sent flying with pitiful cries. Too terrifying. The power of this weapon was simply unheard of. The Fang King's strength was enough to make people feel fear. When the Fang King broke through the city gates, the Demon Wolf cavalry jumped over the deep and wide moat and charged into the fortress through the gap. The Southern Xia generals all shouted out in fear. The Western Front has been lost. The Western Front has been lost. Requesting reinforcements, requesting quick reinforcement. The entire fortress was filled with pitiful cries. In front of this terrifying army, the frontline defense that Southern Xia was so proud of was like a piece of paper that couldn't withstand a single blow. Dongfang Zhon angrily clenched his fist. This kind of army can't be created in a day. If the Warhound Plains had this kind of army, how could I not know about it? Where the hell did they come from? Jiyu Qianqiu persuaded Dongfang Zhon, Marshal, the frontline fortress can't be defended, we should immediately retreat to Imperial City. You guys leave immediately. Dongfang Zhon also knew that the moment the Fang King broke through the city gates, the frontline defense would be lost. You guys go back and warn Imperial City to immediately make preparations. Once the frontline defense is broken, the next one to be attacked will be Imperial City. Once Imperial City falls, Southern Xia will not be able to protect itself. Meng Qingwu asked, "What about you, old Marshal?" This old soldier has guarded the front lines for 50 years. Dongfang Zhon raised his spear and faced the charging wolf cavalry. We will fight to the last moment. Don't say any more. Southern Xia needs you. Quickly leave. The frontline fortress could not withstand another wave of attacks. Whether they were willing or not, they had to accept this result. Imperial City did not know what was happening here, so they had to bring this news back to Imperial City. Otherwise, how could Imperial City defend against this terrifying army? Chu Tian advised, the calm martial ruler is out and Imperial City needs an experienced general. I think the old general should retreat together. The Dongfang family has countless talented generals and the Nangong family has many generals. Why do we need an old soldier? Dongfang Zhon seemed like he had already made his decision. You guys don't need to say any more. This old soldier has guarded the front lines for 50 years and has already disregarded life and death. My blood and my flesh have already fused with the Southern Xia country's wall. I will fight to the end for it. Chu Tian knit his brows, but Jiyu Qianqiu stood up. Country guarding ruler, Chairman Meng, now that things have reached this point, please respect the old general. Southern Xia still needs you. That's right. It was impossible for a person like Dongfang Zhon to retreat. Even if he knew that he would die if he stayed, for glory, for his faith, and for his promise, he would fight to the last second. Jiyu Qianqiu gathered the remaining griffin riders and gave a griffin to Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu. Let's go. Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu cupped their hands to Dongfang Zhon. Then they rode the griffin and followed Jiyu Qianqiu, leaving the frontline fortress. They had to quickly bring this news back to Imperial City, otherwise Imperial City would be in danger. At this time, the frontline fortress was filled with pitiful cries. The Southern Summer Army had suffered heavy casualties. They had already suffered heavy losses, and now the Warhound's demon wolf cavalry had launched a second wave of attacks. In the end, they used a quarter of an hour to break through the city gates. The demon wolf army swarmed in and began a life-and-death battle with the exhausted southern summer border army. The frontline fortress still had close to 400,000 soldiers, having a large advantage in terms of numbers. However, these soldiers were very scattered and they were all very tired. At least half of their spirit energy had been consumed, so they could not gather a strong battle strength at this time. So, this battle was basically a one-sided slaughter. One southern summer soldier after another fell under the butcher's blade. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, it could be called hell on earth. Dongfang Zhon gathered tens of thousands of elites in a short period of time and launched a suicidal attack on the Warhound's cavalry. Finally they managed to kill over 3,000 demon wolf cavalry, with a casualty ratio of 10-1. To Dongfang Zhon, this was enough to make him feel proud. After all, this was a strong army that a small country could not resist. The 30,000 elites by Dongfang Zhon's side had all died and there were only a few personal soldiers still fighting in a bloody battle. Southern Xia will never fall. Dongfang Zhon was covered in several wounds, with 4 arrows and a spear piercing his abdomen, but he still cut down 7 demon wolf cavalry, finally standing on top of a mountain of corpses. His white hair danced in the wind and he was surrounded by demon wolf cavalry, with the Fang King riding a 3-headed demon wolf at the very front. Dongfang Zhon gave 3 wild laughs before suddenly throwing out his spear, piercing through another 2 demon wolf cavalry. This spear was caught by a large hand. A wolf man riding a 3-headed demon wolf with a purple gold drum in his hand walked out. A pair of dark and cruel eyes stared right at Dongfang Zhon. Even in this situation, you still caused quite a bit of damage to my army. You are truly worthy of being one of the southern summer generals. The number 1 general in the southern summer country belongs to the calm martial ruler. What does this old soldier count for? Dongfang Zhon did not need to ask to know the other side's identity. If you weren't afraid of the calm martial ruler, why would you lead him away? If the calm martial ruler was in the imperial region, the result wouldn't be like this. It's too late to say anything now. You've lost, so surrender. The Fang King coldly said, Southern Xia will become a vassal of my Warhound's kingdom. As long as you surrender and swear loyalty to me, you will still be a famous general of the southern summer country. Dongfang Zhon's spirit energy had already been used up and he could no longer fight with this kind of serious injury. He did not even bother replying to the Fang King's words and directly pulled out the sword at his waist. There was a blood glow that came out. Dongfang Zhon stood in the ruins of the fortress. His body was covered in wounds and his white hair fluttered in the wind, but he was like a giant angrily looking north. Dongfang Zhon had killed himself. The frontline fortress had completely fallen. Chapter 325. The demonic wolf cavalry hated Dongfang Zhon, who didn't fall even after dying. This fellow had killed many Warhound's warriors and even in the situation just now, he had caused 3,000–4,000 demonic wolf cavalry casualties. Tear it to pieces. The demonic wolf cavalry wanted to tear Dongfang Zhon's corpse to pieces to vent their anger. Enough, stop. The Fang King coldly shouted, the Warhounds respect true warriors and a warrior needs to be treated like a warrior, even if he is our enemy. Take his corpse and preserve it. After the battle is over, we will bury him in the southern summer country's soil. Yes. The Fang King held the highest position in the Warhound's tribe and no one dared to disobey his words. The entire battlefield was still calm and the southern Xia frontline army was already in shambles. Tens of thousands of people had already abandoned their defenses and fled, with their defeat already being irreversible. The Warhounds did not leave any prisoners. Out of the 600,000 soldiers in the Great Wall, around 400–500,000 had died and the rest had already fled. The Warhound's army had lost 200–300,000 people, but most of them were just random soldiers. The demonic wolf cavalry's main force was still intact. First send out the pursuing troops to capture the southern Xia soldiers. The Fang King did not want to let a single southern Xia soldier go. Everyone else, start cleaning up the battlefield. Quickly adjust yourselves and continue the attack. The southern Xia people had received news of victory several days ago, but they never would have thought that this kind of nightmare would happen in a single night. After the frontline fortress was broken, Imperial City no longer had any barriers. With this terrifying army marching down, they could directly launch an attack on the unprepared royal city. Imperial City's 200,000 cavalry had been sent to Kang State, so it was impossible for them to return in a few days. As for the remaining 500,000 soldiers in Imperial City, although there were over 1,000 Griffin Knights and the elites of the three great families, if they were to face the sudden attack of the Warhound's army, it would be hard for them to resist. The Fang King sent out several thousand soldiers to chase after them and then began to organize the army. This battle had consumed quite a bit of energy, so they could not directly attack Imperial City for now. But there was enough time. Nothing could change in these 2 days. The calm martial ruler and the 200,000 cavalry would not return, so the Fang King was not afraid of the southern summer country launching a sneak attack. In 5 days or 10 days, once the Fang King attacked Imperial City, it would be useless even if the calm martial ruler and the 400,000 cavalry from Kang State returned. Big brother. Malim jumped over the ruins with Wang Tianlong, landing in front of the Fang King like two phantoms. Malim's armor was broken and he seemed to be heavily injured. Malim, your performance really disappoints me. The Fang King seemed to be filled with anger. I told you to attack the stronghold from the inside, but you didn't complete this task. Because of your failure, the Warhound's army has lost at least 100,000 soldiers and even lost 3,000 demon wolf cavalry. Malim had a look of shame. The Southern Summer King tried to take me down with him before he died. Although I was lucky enough to escape, I was still quite injured. Because I was recovering, I couldn't finish the mission in time, so I asked Big Brother to punish me. The Fang King frowned. I don't need a reason, I want results. Since you failed the mission, you should be punished. Malim steeled his heart and pulled out the black blade, chopping down on his left arm. Wang Tianlong turned pale with fright. Just one mistake, and he had to break his arm as punishment. Dang! A golden drum blocked the black blade. The Fang King coldly said, "You killing the Southern Summer King is considered a great merit, so this mistake will be recorded. The battle is not over yet and your left arm is still useful, so it won't be too late to cut it off after the battle." Yes. Where is Chu Tian? Why don't we see his corpse? Wang Tianlong said, "This person can fight against 1,000,000 soldiers. If we let him go, there will be endless troubles in the future." The Fang King knit his brows. What do you mean? Malim explained, "This is a human youth. Although he doesn't have any fame, he seems to have an extraordinary strength. Since it's like this, I'll give you a chance to atone for your crimes." The Fang King whistled and a giant blue bird appeared above everyone. This is a thunder eagle beast. Its speed is twice that of a human griffin. You will ride this beast and chase after him. Even if you can't catch him, you can't let him live. Yes. Malim waved his hand at Wang Tianlong and the people beside him. You all come with me. Malim rode the thunder eagle beast and the others rode vultures. They set off from the frontline fortress and began to chase after Chu Tian's group. These flying demon beasts were very fast and the warhounds were good at tracking, so it was easy to find their aura, so it was not hard to catch up to them. Malim felt the other side's aura after chasing for an hour, but the other side seemed to have sensed that they were being chased. The group suddenly scattered and went in different directions. Their auras are scattered, we should also scatter. Malim ordered the others, I'll go catch Chu Tian and you chase the rest. Understood. Malim and the others spread out in pursuit. Several minutes ago, Chu Tian, Jiyu Qianqiu, Meng Qingwu, and several dozen Griffin Knights were heading in the direction of Imperial City. The frontline fortress had suffered a crushing defeat in southern Xia, but Imperial City had not fallen yet, so there was still hope for a comeback. The little fox had been observing the divine eye for a while, but it suddenly anxiously gestured to Chu Tian. We're in trouble. The warhounds have sent at least several thousand pursuers and there are several that have already caught up to us. Chu Tian said to the others, they are very fast and we are too big of a target, it will be hard for us to escape. We can only split up and try our luck like this. In short, we have to report back to Imperial City as soon as possible. Jiyu Qianqiu said through gritted teeth. They could only do this. I'll be in a group with the young miss, you guys take care. Jiyu Qianqiu was heavily injured, so even if he followed Chu Tian, he might not be able to protect him. It was better to split up and make it hard for the war hounds to lock onto him. Scatter. Everyone scattered at the same time. They all began to scatter by themselves. Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu moved together. After all, the two of them were riding on a griffin. Meng Qingwu's cultivation was not high and Chu Tian had overdrawn his strength, so they could take care of each other. In the end, the two of them didn't go far. Gee, gee. The little fox anxiously called out. It was warning Chu Tian that the first group of pursuers had already locked onto the two of them. Meng Qingwu found a large black dot in the sky, which was a group of war hounds riding vultures. There were many of them, around 20 of them, and they were all elites of the war hounds tribe, with most of them being illustrious Soul Realm experts. This was the first group of pursuers sent by the Fang King. They had locked onto Chu Tian earlier than Malim, so they met first. Meng Qingwu's heart sank. The war hounds tribe had caught up. The war hounds tribe leader loudly shouted, "Kill them, it's just a few small fish, young miss, there's no need to panic." Chu Tian endured the tearing pain of his body and took out a source energy submachine gun from his gourd. He put in a normal magazine and took out the Netherworld sword from his back. "Stand behind me. It will be very bumpy later, so you have to hold on tight." Meng Qingwu's heart was filled with bitterness. This fellow was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight, but he still wanted to protect her. Meng Qingwu was facing this life and death situation, but she couldn't do anything. She felt very uneasy and guilty in her heart. "Young miss, we are grasshoppers on the same rope, so you don't need to think too much. You and I are destined to cross this calamity together, so no one should think about leaving first. But to be honest, I am very honored." Meng Qingwu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, "What are you honored for?" "Because although I wasn't born on the same day as the young miss, I could die on the same day as the young miss. Look, our fates are linked together. This is truly a match made in heaven. Pei. Who wants to die together with you?" Chu Tian really, he was still in the mood to joke around at this time. But being like this by Chu Tian, Meng Qingwu felt the uneasiness in her heart lessen by a lot. "They are here." The warhound's air cavalry quickly charged forward and the warhound's soldiers began to shoot arrows. A large wave of arrows rained down on the two of them and there were just too many of them. It was not hard for Chu Tian to protect himself and he could protect the young miss, but the problem was that most of the arrows were aimed at the griffin. The griffin was this big, so how could it defend every position? Chu Tian used his divine sense to lock onto the arrows and used the Netherworld sword to send out sword chi to cut down the arrows, accurately protecting the griffin. Once the griffin was killed, the two of them would not have a means of transportation. When would they be able to reach Imperial City? Chu Tian did not have any spirit energy and now he had to protect the mount with all these warhounds experts. He was stretched thin. The warhounds air cavalry captain found a flaw and while Chu Tian was busy protecting the griffin, he suddenly drew his bow and shot an incomparably strong arrow at Chu Tian's heart. This is bad. Chu Tian's divine sense could see this attack, but this person's archery skills were very high. Chu Tian could not attend to this and if he dodged the arrow, the griffin would be killed. If he did not dodge the arrow, this arrow would be very dangerous. It was at this critical moment. Meng Qingwu suddenly jumped out and blocked the arrow for Chu Tian. That arrow filled with spirit energy fell onto Meng Qingwu's right leg and the wild energy pierced through the starlight immortal body, deeply stabbing into Meng Qingwu's thigh. Meng Qingwu's eyes turned black and she almost fell off the griffin's back. "Young miss." Chu Tian quickly grabbed Meng Qingwu. Meng Qingwu loudly shouted, "Be careful." The warhound's commander took this chance to charge forward with his spear. That spear glow was filled with spirit energy, so this person was at least a peak 6th awakened soul layer expert. If it was a fair fight, Chu Tian would not have placed him in his eyes, but he did not have the strength to do so. But that did not mean that Chu Tian was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Chu Tian raised the submachine gun in his left hand and pulled the trigger, releasing a large amount of light bullets into the sky. The warhounds had never seen source energy weapons before and the several light bullets all hit their targets. Some hit the vultures and some hit the warhounds experts, but the high temperature was enough to melt steel. The vultures were instantly fatally injured and the warhound's captain gave a pitiful cry as he fell off his mount. Chu Tian shot at the other warhounds pursuing him. With several pitiful cries, another 2 vultures fell from several hundred meters in the air. Several warhound soldiers put down their bows and pulled out their close combat weapons to surround him without any fear of death. Chu Tian's source energy submachine gun had run out of energy and he did not have time to reload, so he could only send out a sword chi to push back 2 of them. The other one had already approached the griffin and stabbed his spear into the griffin's abdomen, creating a terrifying wound. Ayo! The griffin gave a pitiful cry as it lost its balance. Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu were almost thrown out. Damn! Meng Qingwu took Chu Tian's submachine gun and reloaded it. That terrifying source energy bullet easily shattered their armor and instantly melted several warhound soldiers with large holes. Young miss, good shot. There were still several dozen warhounds airborne cavalry, but there were too many of them. With their close range and long range attacks, not to mention that Chu Tian's strength was greatly reduced, even in a normal situation, it would be hard for him to gain an advantage in this kind of aerial battle. Su. A blade quickly slashed at the griffin's neck. The injured griffin finally could not hold on any longer and its body suddenly flipped over, falling down from the sky. This is bad. The 2 of them were thrown into the air and instantly lost their center of gravity, falling down at the same time. After losing their mounts, the 2 of them could not move in the air. The warhound's airborne cavalry charged forward, attempting to tear the 2 of them apart. Chapter 326. Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu were over 300-400 meters in the air, falling down in a free fall. Their ears were filled with the sound of wind and the ground was getting closer and closer. Falling from this height, even if one had a body as hard as steel, their internal organs would still be damaged. What was even more dangerous was that the warhound soldiers riding on the vultures did not plan on letting them go. So when the 2 of them fell, the vultures surrounded them and tried to tear them apart with their sharp claws. Scram! Chu Tian's sword chi cut open the belly of a vulture and large amounts of blood and internal organs were released. Chu Tian suddenly heard Meng Qingwu's cry of shock and when he turned around, Meng Qingwu had already been caught by a vulture. The vulture had actually stabbed its spear at Meng Qingwu's body, but it was a good thing that this vulture soldier's cultivation was not high and its spear could not pierce through Meng Qingwu's starlight barrier. Meng Qingwu grabbed the spear and threw the soldier down. Chu Tian had no choice but to throw the netherworld sword and grab it in his hand. The treasure sword turned into a stream of light as it pierced through the vulture's body. The vulture gave a pitiful cry as it was killed. The netherworld sword released energy and the blue and white flame crows flew into the air. Even the vultures and the riders were ignited by the terrifying abyss netherworld flame. This huge ball of flame then transformed into a humanoid figure. It was impressively the image of a demon. Netherworld. Kill them. Yes, master. The demon netherworld was an elemental being, it could fly even without wings. It was like a meteor as it charged at the vulture riders. There were 6-7 blooming flames in the sky. Chu Tian held the netherworld sword that had lost its spirit and fell down with Meng Qingwu. Putong. Putong. 2 large sounds came from a lake that was as flat as a mirror on the prairie. The 2 of them almost instantly sank to the bottom of the water. If they were ordinary people, their internal organs would have been shattered and they would have died. Chu Tian came into close contact with a rock at the bottom of the lake. The rock was smashed into pieces, but Chu Tian's head was fine. However, he felt a wave of dizziness. He quickly calmed himself down, kicked the bottom of the lake, and quickly floated up. He saw Meng Qingwu struggling in front of him. The young mistress did not seem to be very good at swimming. Moreover, there was an arrow wound on her thigh, so she could not move for a while. Chu Tian quickly swam over and wrapped his arms around Meng Qingwu's waist. The 2 of them emerged from the water together. Phew! Meng Qingwu and Chu Tian gasped for breath. Meng Qingwu quickly asked with concern, "Are you okay? My life is very tough." "Of course I'm fine. How is eldest miss? Are your injuries heavy?" In order to express his concern, Chu Tian used his hands to examine the young miss's body. When he finally touched her thigh, he used his spirit energy to break the arrow. "We need to go ashore to take care of the wound." Meng Qingwu had been taken advantage of by Chu Tian, but she was too lazy to say anything at this moment. The little fox swam over from the water and brought the netherworld sword in its mouth to Chu Tian. Chu Tian held the netherworld sword and thanked the little fox. The demon netherworld was still fighting with the war hounds in the sky. Although the battle would not end in a while, it could stop the vulture cavalry from attacking the two of them, so it was the best time for the two of them to go ashore. Chu Tian held the young Miss soft body and held the netherworld sword in his other hand. He controlled the spirit energy in his body and suddenly kicked off in the water. It was like he had hit an engine and he quickly swam to the shore. The little fox suddenly gave a warning. There was a large amount of dead wood floating on the surface of the small lake. When one looked carefully, they were shocked to find that these were not dead wood, they were clearly giant alligators that were over 5 meters long. A small part of their bodies floated on the surface, so it looked like several dozen pieces of dead wood. Damn, these are blue-patterned alligators. These alligators were high-level 1 water-attributed demon beasts. They could display some water-attributed abilities and had the strength of an 8th to 9th body refinement layer cultivator. In his normal state, Chu Tian would not care about them, but the current Chu Tian was not only very weak, his spirit energy was almost used up and he did not have the strength to fight anymore. There were many alligators, there were at least over 100 of them. At this moment, it was enough to pose a fatal threat to the two of them. Meng Qingwu said in a panic, "What do we do? What can we do? Run." The two who had fallen into the water had clearly invaded the territory of these highly territorial magical beasts. Moreover, it seemed that these fellows did not have a good temper. At this moment, they were rapidly surging towards the 2 humans and 1 beast. Dark blue runes lit up on the skin of each of the crocodiles as they instilled power into the surrounding lake water from their bodies. The entire lake seemed to be boiling in an instant. Chu Tian could feel a strong water-attributed energy that wrapped around him like a giant python. The alligators wanted to bind him and make him lose his ability to resist before tearing him apart. Chu Tian's long sword swept out with a fierce sword chi, instantly breaking through the surrounding binding energy. It also cut the 2 alligators in half. Other than angering the demon beasts even more, it did not have any effect on their current situation. "This is bad, there are too many demon beasts in the water," Meng Qingwu anxiously shouted. "If you bring me along, you won't be able to leave. Don't worry about me, just leave." Meng Qingwu was in the peak 5th awakened soul layer. This kind of strength was not weak. At least in the southern Xia army, she could be a high-level general. But Meng Qingwu did not have a battle-type source spirit, so she was not suited for most battle cultivation techniques and martial arts. In other words, other than the defensive Starlight Immortal Body cultivation technique, she did not have any other skills. Meng Qingwu's battle strength was very weak, especially in this kind of situation. She could only drag them down. If Chu Tian brought Meng Qingwu, their chances of escaping would be even smaller. "You want to stop me with just these few beasts?" Chu Tian released his spirit energy and suddenly moved forward. He felt 1,000 jin of resistance with every inch he moved forward. After cutting down several more alligators, he continued to bring Meng Qingwu forward. The water around them began to churn even more violently as the giant alligators charged at the two of them. "Young miss, take this." Chu Tian gave the source energy submachine gun to Meng Qingwu. He and Meng Qingwu were hugging each other and Chu Tian was responsible for sweeping the front. "You cover my back." At this time, several giant crocodiles attacked Chu Tian from behind. The young miss quickly grabbed the gun and pulled the trigger. A stream of light bullets shot out and instantly created a large amount of steam on the surface of the lake. The giant crocodiles' incomparably tough skin was instantly burned with a large hole and their bodies were pierced through. Too good. With the source energy submachine gun in hand, these giant alligators would not be able to get close. Meng Qingwu seemed like she had found her value and immediately fired at the surrounding giant alligators. When these high-temperature energy bullets passed through the lake, they created large amounts of steam that finally landed on the giant alligators. The source energy submachine gun's high firing speed and killing power was displayed at this time. The two of them finally escaped danger and slowly swam towards the shore. "I don't have any bullets, quickly give me a magazine." "Fuck, can't you use it sparingly?" I don't have any left. Meng Qingwu was shocked. Then what do we do? Chu Tian took out a source energy pistol and gave it to her. We only have this left, so we'll just have to make do with it. This pistol's firing speed was too slow and there were too many demon beasts. How could they kill them all? But now that things had reached this point, they could only do this. It was a good thing that Chu Tian's weapons had been specially modified. This source energy pistol's energy bullets were enough to easily pierce through an illustrious soul realm cultivator's protective spirit energy. A single shot was enough to kill one. Only as more and more crocodiles were killed, these demon beasts became more and more angry. They became even more hysterical as they attacked the two of them. Chu Tian didn't have much spirit energy left and now he was on the verge of exhaustion. Even the Starlight Immortal body couldn't support it anymore. Once the Starlight Immortal body was broken, then Chu Tian would die without a doubt. These demon beasts could easily crush a human's weak body. I really can't move. Finally, the spirit energy in Chu Tian's body was almost completely used up. He was at least 200 meters away from the other side of the river. This was not a problem for an awakened soul cultivator, but for Chu Tian, it was the distance between life and death. Young miss, we might not be able to swim up. Chu Tian had a tired expression. Are you afraid? Meng Qingwu looked at Chu Tian's pale face and suddenly had a very moved feeling. This fellow was usually carefree, but in this critical moment, he was protecting her with his life, not giving up until the last moment. If you're not afraid, then what would I be afraid of? At worst we'll just die together. Young miss, please take this and hold it tightly. Chu Tian placed a sword sheath into Meng Qingwu's hand. Without waiting for her to speak, he took the initiative to ask, I actually have a question I want to ask you. Meng Qingwu had a stunned expression as she said, What do you want to ask? Chu Tian seriously said, Ying once told me that the man the young miss likes has to be an indomitable hero or a great sage that saves the country. Do you think I'm that kind of person? What meaning is there in asking this? Of course there is a meaning. Quickly tell me, let me be a ghost that understands. All right. You are, that's fine. But there's no chance, we're all going to die. Chu Tian revealed a satisfied smile. He suddenly thrust the netherworld sword forward, stabbing it into the sword sheath in Meng Qingwu's hand. He pushed the rest of his spirit energy in and the energy exploded in the water. That strong force directly pushed Meng Qingwu's body. No. Meng Qingwu was pushed by the netherworld sword and flew into the air, landing on the shore. She watched as Chu Tian used the last of his strength and slowly sank into the water in exhaustion. The surrounding giant alligators surrounded him, launching a final wave of attacks. Chu Tian, I don't belong to this place, I should be satisfied after playing for this long. Chu Tian raised his right hand to make a victory sign. You sisters should live on. When Chu Tian sank into the water, countless alligators wildly charged forward. There was only a splash of water. It was clear they were being attacked by a group of alligators. No. Quickly come out. Meng Qingwu powerlessly kneeled on the ground. She did not have the joy of surviving, rather she was filled with deep guilt and pain. Chapter 327. When the crocodiles were about to tear Chu Tian to pieces, a ripple appeared in the lake and a strong pressure covered the surface of the lake. The giant crocodiles were filled with incomparable fear. It was like a powerful ancient demon beast had appeared and its aura was even more shocking than a dragon's aura. A snow-white figure emerged from the lake. It was a full 10 to 30 feet tall, and its entire body was spotless. Its snow-white fur was as smooth as silk, and it was as translucent as white jade. Its eyes were dark green like top-grade jadeite. This was a two-tailed white demon fox. When the giant crocodiles felt the white fox's aura, they all ran away in panic. The demon fox's green eyes suddenly lit up and an invisible spiritual energy spread in all directions. Almost in an instant, hundreds of giant crocodiles stopped moving. Their bodies froze for a few seconds, and then their eyes lit up with a strange green light. All of them turned into marionettes and pounced on each other and began to bite each other. Meng Qingwu watched in disbelief as over 100 giant crocodiles killed each other. Blood dyed the surface of the lake red. That white demon fox sank to the bottom of the lake and picked up Chu Tian before quickly jumping onto the shore. It shook off the water droplets on its fur and then its body quickly shrank. From a majestic two-tailed demon fox, it turned back into a cute little fox. The little fox gave a sneeze. Its two eyes revealed a look of exhaustion. It was a good thing he awakened his transformation ability at this critical moment, otherwise his master would have failed miserably this time. Little fox, good job. Meng Qingwu threw herself at Chu Tian and her hands kept slapping his face. How are you? Wake up. Quickly wake up for me. Chu Tian's eyelids felt as heavy as lead. There was a warm and soft hand patting his face and at the same time, a familiar voice called out to him. It was sometimes far away and sometimes right in front of him. Was it the young miss? So he wasn't dead yet. Meng Qingwu saw Chu Tian's eyelids move slightly. He finally reacted. She was relieved. I knew that a scourge like you wouldn't die so easily. Meng Qingwu leaned over and grabbed his shoulder and shook it hard. Irresponsible bastard, do you think I will thank you for doing this? How do you want me to go back and face Yingying? You made me suffer and feel guilty for the rest of my life. I will hate you for the rest of my life. Get up. Meng Qingwu's mood was very complicated. She was happy and sad, angry and touched. This guy liked to play the hero, but had he ever thought about her feelings? Did he think about Yingying again? No matter what, he couldn't die, he couldn't die. Miracle Commerce needed him, Yingying needed him, Meng Qingwu also needed him. Alright, stop swaying. Even if I'm not bitten to death by the magical beasts, I'll still die from your swaying. Chu Tian weakly said. When he slowly opened his eyes and saw Meng Qingwu, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Big, big, big. What big? Don't tell me you've become stupid. Meng Qingwu saw two eyes staring at her, so she looked over at Chu Tian's eyes in a puzzled manner. Meng Qingwu's eyes suddenly froze and her face turned red. At this moment, Meng Qingwu's two slender legs were spread apart and she was in a very ambiguous position, leaning over Chu Tian's body. Her face was not even a centimeter away from Chu Tian. In this position, according to the laws of gravity, the two magnificent peaks on Meng Qingwu's chest were very prominent. Looking down from her collar, one could see everything. A drop of water fell down from Meng Qingwu's slender white neck, flowing down to her snow-white peaks before finally falling into a bottomless ravine. Several strands of black hair fell down, contrasting against her milky white skin. Ah! Meng Qingwu was startled and wanted to stand up, but she used too much force and felt a splitting pain in her right leg. Probably because it affected her wound, Meng Qingwu fell back down again. Chu Tian felt as if two towering mountains were pressing down on his chest, almost forcing his soul out. Two soft and fragrant lips were right on his mouth. Little Fox immediately covered her eyes. Meng Qingwu's beautiful eyes widened, and Chu Tian's face was full of disbelief. Damn, my chastity. No way, I didn't know that this miss was such a fierce woman. Just because I saved her life, she took the initiative to give me a kiss and hug. Is she going to repay me with her body? If I don't respond to Miss's behavior, I wouldn't be a man. Chu Tian took the opportunity to hug Miss and give her a fierce bite. Meng Qingwu's mind instantly went blank. She subconsciously didn't resist, or perhaps there was an unspeakable excitement and anticipation in her heart. Miss, you're too despicable. You actually took advantage of me when I was weak and used this kind of forceful method to steal my first kiss. Chu Tian looked at Miss in horror, like an innocent girl who had been violated by a sex fiend. Meng Qingwu came back to her senses. When she saw Chu Tian's reaction, she almost fainted. It was obviously you, Missy. Let's be reasonable, okay? I can't even move now. You were the one who hugged me and kissed me. Are you going to be irresponsible and accuse me instead? I didn't. Pay. Meng Qingwu felt that these words were inappropriate. Even the normally calm and steady her was flustered at this moment. Don't speak nonsense. Chu Tian confidently said, I don't care that much. Since I've done it, I have to admit it. Although your temper is a bit fierce, since it's like this, I can only accept my bad luck. I'll just accept you. I'm ignoring you. Meng Qingwu was so angry that she didn't care about her leg injury as she limped away. She didn't even take a few steps before she fell down again. Chu Tian saw that the young Miss' injury was not light, so he stopped teasing her. He picked up the netherworld sword on the side and gently slashed at the sky. A blue light fell onto the blade and the weapon spirit returned to the weapon. Those vultures had all been killed. Chu Tian sheathed the sword and immediately went to support the young miss. "Let me see your injury." "No. This was not up to you." Chu Tian directly supported her to sit on the ground. Although Meng Qingwu's mouth was protesting, her body did not resist at all. Chu Tian tore open his pants, revealing a snow-white thigh. There was a dark red wound in the middle, but Meng Qingwu had already used her spirit energy to seal the blood vessels, so there was no blood loss. "It really is a poison arrow." Chu Tian gently pressed down on the young miss' injury. "The poison has entered the bone. If we use Southern Shia's treatment methods, you won't be able to keep your leg." Meng Qingwu's body trembled in fright. "Was it really that serious?" Chu Tian gave a laugh. "But you don't need to worry, this poison is completely different from the one used on the Southern Summer King. As long as the poison is controlled, I have a way to treat it and there won't be any side effects." While they were talking, Chu Tian took out a level 2 deciphering pill that he had personally refined and poured it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and Chu Tian spat it onto the wound. Then he gently massaged the surrounding area, letting the medicinal liquid seep into the wound. Meng Qingwu could clearly feel that the pain was gradually decreasing. When she saw Chu Tian meticulously treating her, her expression eased up a bit. Chu Tian bandaged Meng Qingwu's wound and without even asking for her opinion, he directly carried Meng Qingwu on his back. Meng Qingwu was a bit panicked. "What are you doing? You can't walk for now with this leg injury." Chu Tian carried Meng Qingwu to the south. "The Warhounds tribe must still have pursuers. If we are caught by another wave, we will be dead for sure. We need to hurry to a safe place." Meng Qingwu was a bit resistant. She had never been this intimate with a man before, other than the accident that just happened. But Meng Qingwu was not an unreasonable person. After hesitating for a few seconds, she stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Chu Tian's neck. She closed her eyes and allowed this fellow to carry her forward. Feeling the young miss body like this was a very wonderful thing. However, Chu Tian's current condition was very bad. There was no place on his body that wasn't in pain and he was not in the mood to enjoy his luck with women. Meng Qingwu was quietly lying on Chu Tian's body. The two of them did not say a word at this time, but Meng Qingwu could clearly feel Chu Tian's weak pulse and his increasingly rapid breathing. He must have reached his limit and was only forcefully holding on with his shocking willpower. Meng Qingwu's heart was sour, not feeling good at all. Chu Tian was in this kind of condition, but he still acted like nothing was wrong. He was even deliberately angering her, but it was most likely to divert her attention. "Chu Tian, let me ask you." Meng Qingwu asked in Chu Tian's ear, "Between me and Yingying, who do you think is better?" Chu Tian felt the young miss breath on his ear, making him feel very comfortable. However, this question made Chu Tian choke quite a bit. That unprecedented tone made Chu Tian's heart tremble. "Why are you asking this question? You sisters are not the same type, how can I compare?" "Then I'll change the method. I'm saying if, between me and Yingying, you could choose one to marry as your wife, who would you choose?" Chu Tian could clearly feel that when the young miss asked this question, her heart was beating faster. What kind of question was this? Could it be a hint? He really couldn't be careless. "Can't I marry both?" "Ayo, why are you pinching me?" Meng Qingwu fiercely said. "You can only choose one." The young miss question was too tricky. Chu Tian had the best relationship with Yingying. This was something the young miss couldn't compare to. But if he chose Yingying in front of the young miss, wouldn't that hurt the young miss' heart? Women were very complicated creatures. No matter how contradictory they were, deep in their hearts, they would want to choose her. But if he chose the young miss, wouldn't he be letting down Yingying? The young miss loved her little sister so much, she would most likely express her opinion. This question was really hard for people to decide. Meng Qingwu said with a disdainful smile, "Is this question that hard to answer? You men really are eating from the bowl while looking at the pot. I'm wronged. I haven't eaten yet. At most I'm looking at the pot and staring at the food that hasn't entered the pot yet. You. Alright, I know the young miss wants to make it hard for me. Chu Tian scratched his head. If I have to give an answer, then I'll choose the young miss. Meng Qingwu's body slightly trembled. She was satisfied with this answer, but also dissatisfied. She kicked Chu Tian and said with a snort, "Why? Isn't Ying good enough? This wife needs to share a lot of work. Ying is so stupid, how could she help me manage the company? So the young miss is the most suitable. As for Ying, you only said she could have one wife, you didn't say she couldn't have a concubine. Anyways, that girl doesn't care about status, right? You have no conscience. I'll kick you to death." Alright, then I'll choose Ying. I don't want a fierce wife. Ayo, why are you kicking me again? Then I don't want either of them. You're still kicking me, what do you want me to do? Meng Qingwu felt a bit embarrassed, she seemed to have overreacted. The two of them were silent for a while. If me and Ying end up benefiting you, will you find another woman? What do you mean? Forgive my stupidity, I don't understand. Don't pretend you don't understand. Nangong, Kadi, Yun Yao, even Big Sister Bing, they are all 1 in 10,000 outstanding women. Do you dare pat your chest and guarantee you won't harm them? I don't believe you can say this kind of thing. To be honest, I really don't have any thoughts. Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders, but since the young miss has no confidence in me, you won't believe me no matter what I say. Since it's like this, I might as well admit that I'm a person of universal love. It's also good to plan ahead. Fickle big radish, I'll kick you to death. Chu Tian finally saw it. The young miss was normally a sensible person, but when she made a scene, she was even worse than Nangong Yun. It really made people look at her in a new light. Anyways, on the way here, Chu Tian's butt was almost swollen from being kicked. But playing with the young miss, Chu Tian felt much more relaxed. Chapter 328. The two of them walked noisily until dusk. The prairie at night was filled with danger and the two of them were injured. For safety's sake, they found a safe little forest to rest in. Chu Tian swallowed a few more pills and began to heal his injuries. As expected, he was in a terrible state. Because he had overused his strength, he had damaged many of his meridians, and because he had overdrawn his strength during the battle, his vitality had been damaged. This was the most serious injury Chu Tian had suffered since he arrived in this era. He wouldn't be able to recover even after 10-15 days. The most troublesome thing was that if it wasn't treated in time, there would be repercussions that would cause irreparable damage to his body. Meng Qingwu placed a heated can in front of Chu Tian. Eat it. This was made from level 2 demon beast meat. When an awakened soul cultivator's body was weak, they only needed to eat this can to recover most of their strength. Meng Qingwu looked around. Where's the little fox? It's cleaning up the aura we left behind. Chu Tian ate the can in 2-3 bites and the healing pill began to show its effects, making his body feel a bit more comfortable. The warhounds are made up of wolf tribe spirit beasts and the wolf tribe is famous for being good at tracking. If it wasn't for the little fox cleaning up the aura, we would have been attacked many times already. Meng Qingwu was very curious about the little fox's origin. This little fellow is not simple, it has a strong potential and strength. When I saw it transform today, its aura was very familiar to me. It was very similar to an ancient great desolate demonic beast. Great desolate demonic beast. Chu Tian knew the young miss abilities. The heavenly book source spirit contained a large amount of knowledge and memories, so as long as it was stimulated, it would awaken. Even Chu Tian didn't know about the little fox's origin, so how could Meng Qingwu know? Demonic beasts and demon beasts sounded similar, but there was actually a large difference. Most demonic beasts had high intelligence and were good at using strange demonic techniques. This was very similar to the little fox's abilities, so it was very possible that the little fox was a demonic beast. Chu Tian asked, "How much do you know?" "Not too much. The inherited memories in my source spirit don't have much information on this." Meng Qingwu pondered for a few minutes and said, "Legend has it that in the early days of the primordial chaos, there was a kind of primordial demon race that coexisted with gods and demons. Among these demon race leaders, there was a most famous and powerful existence. It was unpredictable, but its original body was a 9-tailed demon fox. Nine-tailed demon fox. Chu Tian remembered what happened in the Central State Trial Tower. Could the little fox be the descendant of that great ancient demon? If it was a descendant of the demon race, then it could be explained why the little fox could use so many strange demonic techniques. Meng Qingwu shook her head. I can't be sure, but the little fox's background is definitely not that simple. Chu Tian was deep in thought. The little fox's body was a nine-tailed fox monster and Chu Tian's source spirit was the nine-eyed demon god. What was the relationship between the two? Was it a coincidence that they met? 9 was the extreme number. It represented supremacy. Chu Tian shook his head and did not think too much about it. No matter what the little fox's background was, it was still an infant at most and did not have any strength. The great ancient demon beasts had an incomparably long lifespan and it would take tens of thousands of years to reach adulthood. How could a human raise it with their short lifespan? Perhaps Chu Tian pursuing the path of immortality was the only way out. In the silent night, the darkness stretched as far as the eye could see. The cold of the midnight and the sense of danger was like an invisible hand that shrouded the two of them at all times. Meng Qingwu was worried about the war hounds, but she was even more afraid of the demon beasts hunting on the prairies, so she did not dare sleep. At this time, a hand patted Meng Qingwu's shoulder. Don't worry, the little fox is nearby. If anything approaches, it will not be able to escape the little fox's vigilance, so you can rest in peace. Meng Qingwu was indeed very tired. She gently leaned against Chu Tian's shoulder and closed her eyes to fall asleep. Chu Tian continued to heal his injuries. Actually, this could be considered a blessing in disguise. Chu Tian had gone beyond his limits and although it was a large injury to his body, it had stimulated his potential. If his injuries could be healed this time, Chu Tian's cultivation would increase by a large amount and it would not be impossible for him to step into the true soul realm. When there was a glimmer of light in the eastern sky, Chu Tian came out of his meditative state. After taking a few saint pills with him, although they couldn't completely repair his injuries, they were able to greatly alleviate them. At the very least, his overdrawn spirit energy would recover a bit and he would be able to fight, no longer needing to worry about the demon beasts of the prairie. Meng Qingwu was leaning against his shoulder, breathing evenly, already dead asleep. He gently pushed Meng Qingwu. Young miss, it's almost dawn, wake up. At this moment, Meng Qingwu's entire body was leaning against Chu Tian's body and her two hands were tightly holding onto Chu Tian's arm. Her beautiful face was covered in dirt, but it did not lose any of its charm and instead became even more charming. The young Miss Beauty could be described as 360 degrees without any blind spots. Meng Qingwu woke up with a start, feeling a little embarrassed. She originally wanted to rest for a while, but just by leaning on Chu Tian's body, his aura made her feel peaceful, and she actually unknowingly fell asleep. What was going on? Meng Qingwu couldn't help but have goosebumps. She had always been an independent and sharp person since she was young. Furthermore, Meng Qingwu's vigilance was very heavy. Other than her younger sister, she would always have a trace of basic vigilance in her heart. Even if she was sleeping at home, it was impossible for her to sleep so deeply. Could it be that deep in her heart, she already had a deep trust in the fellow in front of her? This feeling made Meng Qingwu feel a bit conflicted and confused, not knowing what to do. Let's quickly leave. Chu Tian did not pay attention to the young Miss' complex psychological changes. When he got up, he saw Meng Qingwu sitting on the ground and said with a puzzled expression, "Young miss, what are you doing? Let's go. I'm an injured person, how can I walk with my leg like this?" Meng Qingwu said confidently and even had a bit of a spoiled feeling, "It's not like you're carrying me. When you were sleeping, I used my spirit energy to disperse the poison in your bones. Now its healing is pretty good and your injury is basically under control. This leg can be considered saved and you can walk." Chu Tian said in a snappy manner, "You still want to kick my butt? Save it." Meng Qingwu found that her thigh had been bandaged and the pain from the wound was no longer like before. Her face instantly turned hot and she wished she could dig a hole in the ground. At the same time, she fiercely cursed Chu Tian in her heart. "This blockhead. Letting you carry me was letting you take advantage of me, but you actually refused. Angering me to death." The fox led the way as the two of them headed towards the south. After one or two life and death experiences, the young miss had opened up her heart and the two of them had become much closer. But strangely, the closer they got, the harder it was to see the young miss. This normally dignified, beautiful, cautious, and intelligent female merchant actually had a side that no one knew about. Sometimes she was bold, sometimes she was cute, and sometimes she was emotional. This woman, it was really hard to understand. The facts proved that the adjustment last night was correct. The two of them had recovered quite well, so their speed had increased. After several hours of rushing, they were less than 500 miles away from Imperial City. This place was already within Imperial City's sphere of influence, so it was relatively safe. Those pursuers riding vultures should not be able to catch up. Chu Tian looked into the distance. There are Imperial City patrols nearby or Imperial City scouts. As long as we can find someone, we can get a fast horse or a beast carriage. Then it will be much easier. The young miss gave a sigh. I hope so. This kind of high-speed movement consumed spirit energy and physical strength. Physical strength was very precious right now, so it was best to save as much as possible. It was best to have a fast horse. But when the two of them were about to let out a sigh of relief, the little fox suddenly cried out in alarm, "Gee, gee." A loud sound came from the sky, just like a thunderclap. There was nothing in the sky before, but now there was a giant blue hawk. It was around 20 feet long and 40 feet wide. Each feather seemed like it was carved from blue crystals and there were arcs of lightning around it. This was clearly a very strong demon beast. Be careful. Chu Tian suddenly jumped onto Meng Qingwu beside him. A bolt of lightning flashed across the ground, creating a giant scorch mark. When the two of them felt this power, their hearts filled with fear. This Thunderhawk's strength was at least in the peak 9th awakened soul layer. The little fox bared its teeth and its originally black eyes suddenly turned a demonic green. Its small body suddenly swelled and it instantly turned into a 20-foot tall demonic fox. After the little fox transformed, the demonic green light in its eyes became even stronger. The Thunderhawk in the sky gave a painful cry and a green light appeared in the depths of the hawk's eyes. The green light quickly expanded and finally covered the entire pupil. Gee! The Thunder Eagle beast let out a sharp cry and suddenly calmed down from its anxious state. Its thoughts had clearly been controlled by the little fox, but the Thunder Eagle beast was too strong. Although the little fox could control it, it was very hard to control its movements, so the Thunder Eagle beast seemed to be frozen. Interesting, interesting. This Thunder Hawk is at least in the peak 9th awakened soul layer. To be able to control its thoughts, your spirit beast is not simple. Meng Qingwu now found that there was a spirit beast standing on the back of the Thunder Hawk. This person had a tall and sturdy figure, with a simple black blade in his hand. His body was filled with a strong power that seemed like it came from the netherworld. Nether Flame Blade Malim, the Warhounds tribe's true spirit expert. His arrival was like a messenger from Nether Prison, making people tremble in fear. Malim was not in a rush to make a move and looked at them with a ridiculing gaze. Your aura hiding skills are not bad, making this search for an entire night. If it wasn't for you revealing your tracks this morning, even I would not have been able to find you. Wasting this much of my time, have you thought about what price you should pay? Chapter 329. They still couldn't escape this misfortune in the end. Now that they were about to enter Imperial City's territory, they never thought that a true spirit realm expert would personally chase after them. How could Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu resist a true spirit realm expert? The little fox was tied down by the Thunderhawk, so it couldn't help them at this moment. Cripple your own cultivation and come with me. Malim was not in a rush. You can suffer less this way. Chu Tian considered the situation in front of him. I can go with you, but you have to let her go. You can't. Meng Qingwu quickly said, Chu Tian, you can't go with them. Chu Tian of course did not want to mix with these Warhounds fellows, but the current situation was not good for the two of them. They could only think of a way to deal with it first. At least they could keep their little lives and find a way to escape later. Prisoners of war do not have the qualifications to talk about conditions. What if I still have a bargaining chip in my hand? Bargaining chip? Ha, ha, ha. Is it because of the power contained in your body? It can't be denied that it is very strong, but do you really have the ability to use it again? Malim gently sniffed. I can smell the aura coming from your blood. You are very weak, very weak. If you use it again, you will definitely die. If I die, your mission will fail. Malim broke out in laughter again. A prisoner of war is actually threatening the victor with suicide. Let me tell you, your life is not important at all. Even if you die today, as long as you can bring your corpse back, it will be enough. You're speaking too much nonsense. I'll kill this woman first. The black blade was ignited in flames and a terrifying energy fluctuation created a wild wind. When it blew across the prairie, it was like a wave was being released. Fuck. I'll stake it all with you. Chu Tian floated in the air and released a powerful fluctuation. Malim never thought that Chu Tian would actually dare to resist. Then let me see how much this power can be used. Nether flames. The black blade was ignited in flames, and when it merged with Malim's source spirit, it turned into a demon covered in black flames. It shot out at Chu Tian like a meteor. Chu Tian. Meng Qingwu shouted in panic. This was the attack of a true spirit realm expert's source spirit. This kind of attack was not something an awakened soul cultivator could withstand. Chu Tian formed a seal with his hands, and his eyes suddenly opened. 7 demonic pupils appeared in his eyes, and a huge power was added to his body, instantly turning him into a gigantic 9-eyed demon god. The evil spirit burning with black flames didn't even have time to approach. It was instantly intimidated by the pressure and dissipated in mid-air. Here it comes. It was this power. Malim revealed a crazed expression. How could such a weak person possess such great power? If this energy could be extracted and spewed into the space in front of Chu Tian, it would eventually form a layer of spatial fluctuations that were hard to see with the naked eye. Boom. The burning black evil ghost was directly shattered by the shockwave. Malim revealed a shocked expression. This person seemed to have many attributes of his source spirit, and he could freely switch between them. When he was in the fort, he had used his soul-attributed energy, instantly harvesting the souls of 5 peak 9th awakened soul layer experts. Other than that, he at least had the ability to use spatial energy. For example, he could teleport or use spatial fluctuations. These were all controlled from the source of space. Spatial energy. This was a legendary innate talent. Even in a giant empire, there were very few people with spatial energy. This person seemed to be able to use spatial energy. This completely subverted Malim's imagination. But so what if the other side was strong? Malim said with a cold smile, your vitality is quickly weakening. If you keep fighting, you're dead for sure. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender to me and pledge your loyalty to the war hounds and you can live. Malim was right. Chu Tian had released the power of his main source spirit twice, which had an unimaginable effect on him. Although his body had reached the second layer of the starlight immortal body, his physique was still too weak. Adding in the fact that his cultivation was not high enough, he could not resist the pressure of his source spirit on his body. Chu Tian blocked Malim's attack and all the blood vessels in his body ruptured again. Large amounts of blood came out of his pores and he couldn't stop sweating, instantly soaking his entire body. One attack. He could only make one more attack. Chu Tian was already at his limit. If he didn't care about the consequences, he would only have one more chance to attack. If he could kill Malim with this attack, the young miss would be able to return safely. If he couldn't kill Malim with this attack, the two of them would die here. Of course, even if it was the former, Chu Tian might not be able to survive. Now it all depended on luck. The 9-eyed demon god closed 8 of its eyes and only opened one eye. This eye corresponded to the faint golden pupil in Chu Tian's eye. An invisible power instantly exploded with Chu Tian as the center. What kind of attack was this? Malim did not feel any elemental energy fluctuations, but he felt a strong power that covered the world around him. He couldn't help feeling a panic that was hard to suppress because this power did not seem to have any defenses. It could pass through all energy and objects, so all defenses were useless against it. Hong. Malim felt his vision darken as the entire world collapsed. There was a power affecting his mind that stripped away all of Malim's senses and pulled him into a silent and dark space. Was this a spiritual attack? Malim could already faintly feel it. This power should be spiritual energy, but it was merged with the user's consciousness. In short, this was a form of divine sense. Chu Tian's divine sense had reached the mind's lamp realm, and Chu Tian's spirit energy was very weak, so he could not handle other kinds of energy. So, using a divine sense attack was the safest method for Chu Tian, and it was also the most suitable method for Malim to use. A divine sense attack was a spiritual attack. A spiritual attack was invisible and without a trace. Unless one had a strong divine sense or had a source spirit or cultivation technique, any kind of defense would be useless against it. The Warhounds tribe was a spirit beast race. The spirit beast's deep spiritual domain research was almost negligible, and Malim's source spirit was not a spiritual type. Although he didn't know what realm his divine sense had reached, it should be at the mind's eye level. Chu Tian's cultivation base could not compare to Malim's, but his divine sense surpassed Malim's. Therefore, he used a divine sense attack, using his strength to attack the enemy's weakness. Endless purgatory. Malim felt a cold and terrifying voice explode in his mind. His surroundings began to change, and he felt like he had arrived in a world of lava. Beneath his feet was lava, and there were burning red iron pillars that rose high up from the lava. A ferocious demon with the head of a bull and body of a human was covered in hot lava. He held a burning red chain in his hand as he charged at Malim with a ferocious expression. Shua. The chains in the ox-headed demon's hands instantly shot out and bound Malim's body. The flames attached to the chains made Malim feel an indescribable pain. It was as if the flames were not only burning his body, but also his mind and soul. Scram! Malim roared out as he broke free, causing the chain to shatter. A black blade slashed out, and the Minotaur demon gave a pitiful cry before turning into flames. You want to kill me with this kind of insignificant skill? Before Malim's voice fell, several outlines appeared around the lava lake. They were all terrifying demons with bull heads and human bodies. These monsters slowly rose up from the lava lake, each one holding a flaming iron lock in their hands. Malim felt like he was in a trance. He felt like his body had been split in two, and there were two Malims in this space. They could even look at each other, but what was strange was that these two Malims were controlled by the same will. The Minotaur demon waved the burning chains to attack. Malim raised the black blade to cut the chains, instantly cutting apart several Minotaur demons. What Malim never thought was that his other body would be hit by the chains, and that unbearable pain instantly spread through his body and spirit. How could this be? Malim had two bodies in this space, and both bodies had their senses, but his consciousness was still the same, so the two bodies were not divided. It was like Malim's left and right hand being controlled by his consciousness. In other words, if Malim protected his left hand and his right hand was injured, Malim would still feel intense pain. Damn it! What kind of evil technique was this? Malim controlled two bodies to repel the Minotaur demons at the same time. The third wave of Minotaur demons appeared. What made Malim feel fear and despair was that the number of Minotaur demons kept increasing and Malim's bodies kept increasing. When the third wave began, there were 18 Minotaur demons and Malim's bodies had become 3. A normal person's consciousness could only control one body. Now that his consciousness was connected to 3 bodies, Malim's control over his body became very stiff and he often made mistakes in his control. The worst part was that if any body was attacked, it would cause unimaginable pain. If all 3 bodies were attacked at the same time, Malim's consciousness would suffer 3 times the pain. Peng. The third wave of Minotaur demons was defeated. The fourth wave of Minotaur demons appeared. There were 36 of them and Malim's bodies became 4. Malim almost lost control of his body and could only watch as the Minotaur demons wildly attacked. The fifth wave, the sixth wave, the seventh wave. Malim's bodies became more and more numerous and he completely lost control of his body. Pa. Each body was hit by a whip. Malim instantly felt several dozen waves of extreme pain attack him at the same time. Malim almost fainted, but in this spiritual space, he was not allowed to faint. Malim's body was still splitting and the number of Minotaur demons in the space was still increasing. The 100th wave. The 1000th wave. The 10,000th wave. It was like Malim had tens of thousands of bodies and each body was tied to a red pillar by the Minotaur demons. Each body was being tortured by tens of thousands of Minotaur demons. Even the smallest torture, when magnified by 10,000 times, was enough to cause a large amount of damage. Not to mention that Malim's tens of thousands of bodies were enduring unimaginable torture. All of this gathered into a torrent of pain that fiercely attacked his mind and soul. Malim's mind exploded like glass. Chapter 330. This kind of attack had never been heard of before. The endless duplication of pain, the endless creation of torture, when the unbearable mental torture was magnified by 10,000 times, then the instant impact on the spirit, this was like a monstrous wave, slamming heavily on the weak dam. The result was almost no suspense. Malim was perhaps a warrior with extremely strong willpower. Only, the mental torture was enough to collapse any warrior, not to mention multiplying it by 10,000 times. Even the strongest warrior in the world would die from a mental breakdown after receiving such a terrifying attack. Even if they survived, they would most likely become crazy. This was endless purgatory. Chu Tian's incomparably powerful divine sense attack. That pain and torture continued to attack the mental dam, causing his entire mental structure to collapse. When Malim's consciousness was about to collapse, the purgatory-like spiritual world popped like a bubble. The nine-eyed demon god's power disappeared. Chu Tian's face was pale and he was covered in sweat. Damn, just a little bit more. Malim was thrown back into the real world and with a pitiful cry, he fell to the ground. His body twitched and his mind was heavily injured, temporarily unable to recover. His mind hadn't completely collapsed. Malim's cultivation was higher than Chu Tian's, and because of his advantage in cultivation, as well as his strong willpower, Chu Tian could not directly suppress him. He could resist a bit of the divine sense attack in the beginning, but this had consumed quite a bit of Chu Tian's strength. So the entire attack had not been fully displayed and had been forcefully interrupted, so it could not completely collapse Malim's mind. This is bad. He really did not have the strength to launch a second attack. Meng Qingwu did not know what had happened because the flow of time in the spiritual world was different from the material world. Chu Tian had tortured Malim for an entire day and night in the spiritual world, but it had only been a few seconds in the real world. It was hard for bystanders to feel the entire process. All Meng Qingwu could see was that Chu Tian had glared at Malim and Malim had been seriously injured, almost losing control of his mind. As for Chu Tian, he had collapsed to the ground. What had happened? Chu Tian fell to the ground, unable to move. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fox, take this opportunity to finish him off." The little fox's eyes released an emerald green glow. It used all its strength to control the Thunderhawk's mind. The Thunderhawk's beak turned blue and condensed a thin bolt of lightning. The Thunder Eagle was also resisting the little fox. The little fox gave a sharp cry and the Thunderhawk's body trembled. The little fox's divine sense completely penetrated the Thunderhawk's mind and the Thunderhawk was finally controlled by the little fox, letting out a clear cry. Damn! Damn it! Malim's entire body was trembling and he couldn't even pick up his blade. My body. Ah! I will kill you. I'm going to kill you. Now, Chu Tian was unconscious. Malim had suffered a serious mental injury and it was very difficult to recover from mental injuries. The severe side effects would most likely follow him for the rest of his life, but at the very least, Malim was still alive after receiving such a fierce attack. On the other hand, Chu Tian was unable to resist because he had used too much strength. You all have to die. Malim's body trembled as he knelt down. His eyes seemed like they couldn't focus as he shook his head. His eyes were red as he gave a low roar like a wild beast as he reached out to pick up the blade on the ground. Hell nether flames. The trembling blade released a surging flame that spread indiscriminately in all directions. Malim clearly didn't have a way to accurately attack, so he could only use his true spirit realm cultivation to attack over a large area, killing everyone at once. The Thunder Eagle let out a sharp cry as it swooped down. A streak of lightning struck Malim's body and instantly sent Malim flying, heavily landing on the ground. He did not hold onto the long blade and it flew several dozen meters away. Hong! A black fire dragon swept across the ground in an instant, creating a deep scar that was startling to the eye. Malim stood up with a roar of unwillingness. When the Thunderhawk swooped down with its claws, he used his bare hand to block it. Half of his body was pushed into the ground and the Thunder Hawk flapped its wings, wanting to fly away. Malim released his spirit energy with a roar and a terrifying power locked onto the Thunder Hawk's body, slamming it into the ground. He wanted to tear the Thunder Hawk in half. The little fox was anxious. If the Thunder Hawk was killed, there really wouldn't be any other way. The little fox did not have a strong body and its demonic techniques only had summoning and control abilities. It was only effective against demon beasts, so it had no way of dealing with Malim. At this critical moment, Meng Qingwu decisively pulled out Chu Tian's netherworld sword and quickly charged at Malim. While Malim was wildly swinging the Thunder Hawk, she stabbed her sword at Malim's back. Dang! Meng Qingwu was sent flying 4-5 meters with spirit energy. She felt a sharp pain in her wrist like her joints were sprained. No. The other side was too strong. Even if he was delirious, she couldn't easily injure him. The little fox found a magazine beside Chu Tian and it immediately went to pick it up. This was a magazine filled with blood yin steel needles. The little fox bit out the needles and swallowed them before waving its claws at Meng Qingwu. Meng Qingwu nodded. The little fox spat out several blood yin steel needles and each one was covered in a demonic technique. They shot at Malim at a speed close to the speed of sound. Malim was delirious right now. How could he distinguish this kind of attack? He didn't even maintain his protective spirit energy and all the needles landed on Malim's divine sense. There were even 2 needles that directly stabbed into his eyes. Ah! Malim wildly roared as he randomly swept out with his claws, creating 5 deep claw marks in the grass. This was an attack from a true spirit realm expert, so if he was hit, he would die without a doubt. However, Malim was delirious, so it was hard for him to accurately hit Meng Qingwu. Meng Qingwu had to take this risk. She raised Chu Tian's netherworld sword and looked at Malim. There was only one chance, so she had to succeed. At this time, the netherworld sword began to glow. A faint blue and white flame covered the sword blade. Meng Qingwu was very surprised. This sword had lent its power to her, but Meng Qingwu was clearly not the netherworld sword's master. This was the difference between the netherworld sword and a normal soul-contracting weapon. A normal soul-contracting weapon's weapon spirit did not have a high ability to think, but the netherworld sword's weapon spirit already had its own consciousness. So when Meng Qingwu picked up the sword, the weapon spirit netherworld would decide whether or not to resist. Now that Chu Tian had fainted from his heavy injuries, Meng Qingwu had to kill the spirit beast to save her master's life. Therefore, the netherworld sword did not resist Meng Qingwu, rather it took the initiative to increase the might of this attack. Meng Qingwu took out all her spirit energy and suddenly jumped forward. The sword blade left a blue and white trail as it slashed at Malim's neck, directly cutting off Malim's head. Blood sprayed out. This Warhound's tribe's peak expert had died in the hands of the weak and innate battle talent Meng Qingwu in the end. Meng Qingwu never thought that she would have the chance to kill a true spirit realm expert. The little fox let out a sigh of relief. Its little life was finally saved. Meng Qingwu searched Malim's body a few times and found a small delicate bag. Meng Qingwu could feel a faint spatial energy in the bag, so it should be a spatial item, which was a storage bag. Although it only had 5 cubic meters of space, it was still a spatial item. Meng Qingwu didn't have time to see what was inside. She casually took Malim's black long blade and returned to Chu Tian's side. She laid down on his chest and listened. His heartbeat was slow and weak, but he shouldn't be dead. Meng Qingwu was not clear on how serious Chu Tian's injuries were, but it should not be good. Meng Qingwu carried Chu Tian on her back as she headed in the direction of Imperial City with gritted teeth. Yesterday Chu Tian carried her and today it was her turn to carry Chu Tian. The two of them were truly a pair of enemies. But Meng Qingwu did not go too far. Around several dozen kilometers away, she found a southern Xia sentry post. When Chu Tian showed his identity, the sentry captain brought out a beast carriage and personally sent the two of them back to Imperial City. Imperial City was already in chaos. The great scholar Jiyu Qianqiu had brought the news of the frontlines falling a day earlier than Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu. Jiyu Qianqiu was also heavily injured when he returned to Imperial City. Because many people had personally witnessed it, The news could not be blocked at all, causing many people to panic. In just a short day, several thousand soldiers had escaped from the front lines. The news these people brought back shocked the citizens of Imperial City. The Fang King had led the Warhound's army to attack the front lines, and the entire defensive line had collapsed. The Southern Summer King, who was patrolling, had been assassinated by the traitor Wang Tianlong. Two large pieces of bad news had arrived at the same time. The entire Imperial City was not prepared for this at all. Now that the calm martial ruler was away, the Kang state battlefield was in a stalemate. Even if the calm martial ruler received the news, he wouldn't be able to come back in time. Even if Imperial City had 400,000 soldiers and 2,000 Griffin Knights, could they stop the Warhound's army? When the Southern Summer King fell, he appointed the calm martial ruler, Dongfang Gan, as the next king. Perhaps even the Southern Summer King did not think that the situation in southern Xia would deteriorate to this degree. The Warhound's army had broken through the defensive line in a single day and were now heading towards Imperial Xia City. There would be a large battle in just a few days. Whether it was the leaders of the country or the military, they were all empty. The entire country was in a state of panic and the situation was very dangerous. At this time, Miracle Commerce's Meng Qingwu had brought Chu Tian back. Meng Qingwu was a famous person in Imperial City and was even called the #1 beauty in Southern Summer. This time, Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu had gone with the Southern Summer King to inspect the defensive line, so when the Warhounds broke through, the two of them were most likely dead. No one would have thought that Meng Qingwu would actually come back alive. Meng Qingwu had come back alive, but she did not look relaxed at all. Her snow-white clothes were covered in mud and blood, her hair was messy, and her face was haggard and weak. She was limping as she walked. It was clear that her leg was injured. Chu Tian's situation was even worse. He was currently unconscious and his life signs were very weak. Elder sister, Chu Tian, Meng Yingying, Nan Gongyun, and the others had been worried for an entire day in Imperial City. When they learned that the two of them had safely returned, they excitedly rushed out to greet them. "You guys scared me to death." Meng Yingying's eyes were filled with tears as she tightly hugged Meng Qingwu. "You two are Yingying's most important people. If anything happened to either of you, I wouldn't be able to live." Meng Qingwu patted Meng Yingying's back and also let out a sigh of relief. "There were several times when I thought I would never see you again, but it was all thanks to Chu Tian risking his life that I was able to come back." But Chu Tian's situation is not good. Meng Yingying's nerves tensed up. When she saw Chu Tian's body covered in blood, she couldn't help covering her mouth. What happened to Chu Tian? How did he get injured? How are his injuries? I don't know either. Chu Tian was not injured. Most of his injuries were caused by himself. As for how serious his injuries were, Meng Qingwu could not guess, but looking at his weak life signs, it was very serious. "Then what are you still doing here?" Nan Gongyun came over and carried Chu Tian. "Yingying, quickly go to the research institute and call out those old men. Let them take a look at Chu Tian." Chapter 331. In Miracle Commerce's headquarters. Meng Yingying was sitting beside Chu Tian rubbing her red eyes while Nan Gongyun was comforting her. Chen Bingyu, Feng Kadi, Yun Yarrow, and the others all had pained expressions on their faces. There was a group of old men whispering to each other, but they couldn't hear what they were discussing. They just had their brows knit together or were constantly sighing. The entire room was filled with a pessimistic atmosphere. "Are you guys done yet? Have you seen anything after looking at him for so long?" Nan Gongyun had a fiery temper and couldn't help exploding. She anxiously scratched her head and shouted, "You only know how to sigh, sigh my ass. What's the situation right now? Can boss be saved or not? Just give us a quick answer." Meng Qingwu and her sister's hearts were in their throats. This was what they wanted to know. "Don't be excited, don't be excited." Zhao Piyu gave a few awkward coughs. "Forgive me for being blunt, the chairman's situation is very bad. All his organs are showing signs of failing and there are many broken meridians. His spirit energy is weakening, but this is not the main reason. The chairman cultivates the starlight immortal body, so his physique is very strong and his recovery rate is very high. Otherwise, if it was a normal person, they would have already died. The most troublesome part is that the chairman has overdrawn his vitality." Meng Yingying nervously asked. His vitality is lost. What does that mean? Old Zhao's meaning is that the chairman might have forcefully used a forbidden technique with large side effects. This forbidden technique might have burned his vitality as a price, so it caused a serious overdrawing of his vitality. Simply put, if the chairman could live to be 100 years old, he might not even be 50 years old right now. Moreover, his vitality is still weakening. How could it be like this? Everyone revealed a look of shock. This side effect was too terrifying. Chu Tian was still this young. If his vitality was damaged early, wouldn't that be a very bad thing? Meng Qingwu finally understood. Although Chu Tian had a heaven-defying strength, he rarely used it. The main reason was because if he used this strength too much, not only would it attract the attention of others, it would also be very dangerous for him. Meng Yingying was at a loss. Then what should we do? Right now, there's still hope to recover from the initial damage. If it takes too long and causes the lost vitality to completely solidify, then it'll be harder than ascending to heaven to replenish it. Meng Qingwu quickly asked, just tell us what materials we need. It doesn't matter how much it cost. Vice President, this is not a matter of money. It's just that with the resources of Southern Xia, I'm afraid that we won't be able to find a medicine of this level. Not even in the whole of Southern Xia. The few old men looked at each other and sighed. This kind of heaven-mending medicine must be of immortal grade. The women's faces instantly turned pale. Immortal medicine? Where in Southern Xia could they find immortal herbs? Southern Xia was a small country. The spiritual energy in the land was relatively poor and there weren't many sacred medicines growing there. Most of the sacred medicines were imported from abroad or dug out from ancient ruins. How could they find immortal herbs? They could only go to large countries or even empires to buy them, but immortal herbs were very expensive. Miracle Commerce's reserve of several billion gold coins sounded like a lot in Southern Xia, but what did it count for in that kind of place? Immortal herbs were often priceless. Even if Miracle Commerce had enough money, they still wouldn't be able to buy them. Chu Tian's condition could not be dragged on. Once it was dragged on, the side effects would be permanent. At that time, even if they obtained immortal herbs, they would not be able to save him. Meng Yingying said with some difficulty, Elder sister, what do we do? Don't be afraid. No matter what price we have to pay, we will definitely save Chu Tian. Meng Qingwu tightly clenched her fists. Actually no one knew that the one feeling the most guilty right now was her. The reason why Chu Tian was injured like this was mostly because of her, so she had to save him no matter what. Southern Xia doesn't have any medicine, so we'll look elsewhere. I believe we'll definitely find it. Meng Qingwu asked the old men, then when will Chu Tian wake up? That's hard to say. Zhao Piyu stroked his beard. Not only is the chairman's body injured, his mind is also exhausted. I'm afraid he'll need to sleep for 2-3 days, so I suggest the chairman rest well. This way, he can recover from the damage to his mind. They could only do this. Vice Chairman. At this time, a Miracle Commerce employee ran in a panic. The Burning Sun ruler, the refined ruler, and the great scholar are here. They want to see the chairman. The Burning Sun ruler and the refined ruler are here? Yingying, take care of Chu Tian, I'll go take a look. Meng Qingwu came out with several people. The Burning Sun ruler was wearing a thick scarlet armor and the refined ruler was wearing a golden silk armor. There were several important people behind them, including the great scholar Jiyu Qianqiu. The refined ruler opened his mouth and asked, where is Chu Tian? Have him come out. What do you mean? Meng Qingwu was a bit afraid of the refined ruler. The Shangguan family did not have a good relationship with Miracle Commerce, so it was hard to say what the Shangguan family would do in this special time. The matter on the front lines was an accident. As for the Southern Summer King's death, even Chu Tian can't do anything about it. Do you want to go to his door to punish him? It's a misunderstanding. Refined ruler, can you put away that stinky face of yours? The Burning Sun ruler glared at the refined ruler and then said to Meng Qingwu, now that the country is in trouble, how could Southern Xia destroy its own walls? We already know what happened and Chu Tian did his best. No matter who is to blame for the matter on the front lines, it can't be blamed on Chu Tian. Not to mention that Chu Tian has already been bestowed the title of country guarding ruler by our king, his ruler rank is above us too. Then you are vice chairman. Southern Xia has already reached a life and death juncture. Jiyu Qianqiu also came out to speak at this time. After thinking about it, perhaps only Chu Tian has the means to turn the tide. So, we want to see him and ask for a way to save the country. So it's like this. Meng Qingwu's heart sank. The refined ruler and the burning sun ruler had lowered their statuses to find Chu Tian, clearly seeing him as their last hope. This meant that the situation was already very bad. When Chu Tian was coming back, he fought with a warhound's true spirit expert and is currently in a coma. I'm afraid he won't wake up for now. Damn. The burning sun ruler angrily said, how could it be like this? Jiyu Qianqiu's expression also changed. The warhound's army is already showing signs of moving. What should we do? Meng Qingwu was shocked. What? They're coming this quickly? The frontline battle is very fierce. Don't they need to adjust? The refined ruler said with a dark expression. After the warhound's army reached the southern summer border, not only did their strength not weaken, they even added large amounts of siege troops from the warhound's plains. They will reach Imperial City in 3 days, and Imperial City's defenses cannot stop the Fang King's personally led army. What should they do? The various marquises are quickly returning to Imperial City, but there is no time to move the troops north. The burning sun ruler tightly clenched his fist. There's no other way. Even if we have to risk our lives, we can only fight them once. The chances of winning this battle were very slim. Southern Xia had 400,000 soldiers, 2 true spirit experts, the burning sun ruler and the refined ruler, and adding in the marquises from various regions, their battle strength was guaranteed. But in a normal clash of strength, Southern Xia would lose without a doubt, so they came to ask Chu Tian for help. They hoped that Chu Tian could find 1 or 2 strange moves for Southern Xia. Meng Qingwu never thought it would be this coincidental. Chu Tian would not wake up for a while, so who else had the ability to save Southern Xia other than him? If the country fell, not only would miracle commerce lose its footing, if they lost miracle commerce, what would they use to exchange for the immortal medicine? The warhound's attack would arrive in an instant, so they couldn't escape this calamity. But how should they deal with it? If it was Chu Tian, what would he do? Chu Tian could always think of a way to turn the tide. There was nothing that could stump him. The reason why they were in such a sorry state at the frontline fortress was because Chu Tian did not know anything and lacked information. Otherwise, with Chu Tian's style and ability, even the powerful warhound's kingdom would not have made him suffer such a large loss. Meng Qingwu felt a wave of powerlessness. She did not have Chu Tian. He was at most an outstanding merchant. He could not do anything big at all. Wait a minute. I got it. Imperial City did not have a chance of winning. The calm martial ruler had secretly built a weapon factory outside the city. There were at least 10,000 source energy weapons. If these source energy weapons were taken out to equip the soldiers, it would increase the defensive power of the army by a large amount. Meng Qingwu immediately told this idea to the burning sun ruler and the refined ruler. The two of them were very shocked. Imperial City actually stored this many source energy weapons. Even the two of them did not know about this matter. The Southern Summer King had truly hidden it too well. Jiyu Qianqiu also said, if there were enough source energy weapons, this battle might not be impossible. Only the Imperial City's source energy factory has only been built for a short period of time, so at most there are 10,000 source energy weapons. Although they can be used in battle, it will be hard to turn the tide. Just the source energy weapons aren't enough. Do we need to prepare something else? What is it? Wait a minute. Meng Qingwu returned to her room and took out a communication device, immediately contacting the Central State Yun sect. Vice Chairman, is that you? Yun Tianha's voice came from the communication device. I heard that something big has happened in the Imperial region. Shen Fenghu quickly left Central State 2 nights ago. What is the situation over there? Time is pressing. It's not the time to talk about this. Meng Qingwu did not want to explain in detail. Has the Yun sect produced any results on the source energy bomb they have been researching? It's done, but it hasn't reached the chairman's requirements yet. Meng Qingwu felt a glimmer of hope. Use the image transferring mirror to send the relevant technology over. This technology is related to the fate of Imperial City. You have to be fast. All right. Yun Tianhe understood Imperial City's current situation. I'll immediately send it over. Wait a minute, I haven't finished. What else do you have to say? Immediately contact the giant shark gang's boss Yu and have the fleet head north to Kang State. If something happens to Imperial City, they can help us retreat to the south. Even if the worst happens and we can't escape Imperial City, they can at least help the calm martial ruler and protect the last elite army for the southern summer country. Yun Tianhe was very shocked. Could the situation in Imperial City have worsened to this degree? Meng Qingwu was not as impulsive as Chu Tian. She was very cautious in everything she did, so she had prepared an escape route ahead of time. If Imperial City couldn't be defended, Miracle Commerce's only chance of survival would be on the water route. The warhounds lived on the prairies and were mainly ground cavalry. If they could retreat to the water route, it would not be easy for them to chase after them. That's right, there's one more thing. Meng Qingwu would not forget the most important thing: activate all the Miracle Commerce radio stations and send out a purchase message to the entire country. What do you need? Yun Tianhe calmed himself. I ask Vice Chairman to tell me. We need a level 2 immortal herb. A level 2 immortal herb that can recover innate vitality. What? An immortal herb? How can this thing be bought in southern Xia? Even if there is a Miracle Commerce, what can we use to buy it? I know it is hard, but it is related to Chu Tian's life and death. Even if there is a trace of hope, we still have to try. Could it be that the chairman? Yun Tianhe's voice trembled a bit before he said in a hoarse voice, relax, this old man will do his best. In the face of Miracle Commerce's life and death, I'll leave everything to you. Meng Qingwu gave a long sigh after ending the call. She could only do this much right now. As for the final result, it was not something Meng Qingwu could predict. Chapter 332. Meng Qingwu gave the source energy bomb blueprints from Central State to Jiyu Qianqiu. With this kind of strong destructive weapon, perhaps it could deal a heavy blow to the war hounds and turn the tide on the battlefield. For now, we can only do this. Use the source energy guns. Make source energy bombs. The source energy weapons were top secret and the Burning Sun ruler and the refined ruler knew very little about them. Of course, it was impossible for them to completely hide it with their statuses. At least the two of them had investigated Chu Tian and knew that Chu Tian had a weapon factory in Central State, but they didn't know the specifics of the source energy weapons. Now that the Southern Summer King was dead and the calm martial ruler couldn't come back, Southern Xia was in danger of being destroyed. All the resources and strength they had to be used at this time. So with Jiyu Qianqiu's strong support, the two rulers decided to bypass the king's ban and forcefully open the source energy weapon factory. Meng Qingwu personally checked the source energy weapon factory's inventory. There were around 14,000 source energy pistols, 2,000 source energy submachine guns, 50,000 magazines for the pistols, and 10,000 magazines for the source energy submachine guns. The energy magazines were all shipped from Central State and were not made in the Imperial region, so there weren't many of them. It was already too late to ship them. These magazines should be able to last for a while. The source energy pistols could kill early awakened soul cultivators or low-level 2 demon beasts, but they were slow and their range couldn't compare to long-range weapons like bows and arrows, so they could only be used in close combat. The refined ruler suggested, there aren't many source energy weapons, so it's impossible to fully equip them. We can only use them to counter them. From the information from the front lines, the Warhound's trump card army is a wolf cavalry army. The demonic wolves are very agile and have very fast reactions, so it is hard to injure them with a rain of arrows. This source energy weapon is suitable to counter them in close combat. The Burning Sun ruler suggested, the Nangong family's Wild Flame army is one of the best heavy armored infantry in southern Xia. They are stronger than the southern state barbarians and can block the charge of the demonic wolf cavalry. If they are equipped with source energy pistols, they can form a strong resistance. That makes sense. The two rulers decided to equip the 10,000 source energy pistols with the Wild Flame heavy infantry and an additional 500 submachine guns to increase their firepower. This infantry group was personally commanded by the Burning Sun ruler, so they had strong close combat abilities. Now that they had these weapons, Naturally their strength would increase by a large amount. Gu Qianqiu suggested, there are still 2,000 source energy submachine guns left. This old man recommends equipping them to the Royal Griffin Knights. The Griffin Knights are the strongest army in Imperial City and even in southern Xia. They have the advantage of air suppression, and if they have the support of strong submachine guns, they will become a nightmare for the War Hound. The Griffin Knights had exactly 2,000 men left. This army was already extremely powerful, and now that they had the suppressive firepower, their strength had increased by at least several times. It was enough to suppress the enemy from the air at critical moments. No wonder our king is so confident that he's ready to start the northern expedition. The Burning Sun ruler was filled with excitement. My southern Xia has this kind of powerful weapon. We indeed have the ability to flatten the War Hound plain. What a pity. They never thought that the War Hounds would be a step faster. In the end, he died before he could fulfill his ambition. Could it really be the will of the heavens? If the War Hounds attacked a month later, the first batch of source energy weapons would have been sent to the army. When the southern Xia army had over 100,000 source energy weapons, how could it be easy for the War Hounds to break through the front lines? There were no assumptions in this world. Meng Qingwu was still not optimistic. She had seen the battle strength of the War Hounds' army, and these 10,000 source energy weapons could increase southern Xia's battle strength, but the increase was limited. It was impossible for them to resist the several 100,000 War Hounds' army. Just relying on the source energy weapons was far from enough. Meng Qingwu ordered all the source energy batteries stored in Imperial City to be taken out for emergency modification. Gu Qianqiu gathered several thousand scholars to participate in the production. All kinds of source energy batteries were transformed into simple source energy bombs, allowing everyone to mass-produce source energy bombs. The Burning Sun ruler and the Refined ruler also quickly deployed their troops, preparing talismans, medicine, arrows, and war equipment. The several million people in Imperial City were mobilized. When the nest is overturned, there are no intact eggs. No matter what conflicts the families had, they were all united to fight against the enemy at this moment. Large amounts of source energy bombs were made before long. These bombs are very unstable, so we have to be very careful when using them. Otherwise we might injure ourselves and it might lead to unimaginable dangers. Meng Qingwu directed the scholars to deploy the bombs. Our bombs are very limited, so we have to make sure we can use them on the battlefield. It's best if we can catch them off guard and deal them a heavy blow. When Meng Qingwu was busy deploying, a piece of good news came. Other than Kang State's Green Cloud Marquis, the other 7 southern summer marquises had gathered in Imperial City, including Shen Fenghu, the Golden Arrow Marquis, the Four Direction Marquis, and the others. These marquises had come in a hurry, only bringing their personal guards. There were only around 3,000 people, but these 3,000 people were very strong. After Meng Qingwu learned of the situation, she immediately went to the royal palace to see them. When the Western Marquis saw Meng Qingwu appear, his face turned dark and filled with shame. He would never forget the humiliation miracle commerce had given him in his life. Although he did not see Chu Tian, seeing Meng Qingwu was enough to make his teeth itch. Meng Qingwu was most worried about internal problems in Imperial City. Why did the front lines collapse? A large part of the reason was Wang Tianlong's betrayal, so Dongfang Zhon had to personally suppress it. Because the frontline marshal had left the command post, he could not respond to the situation at the back, speeding up the collapse of the front lines. Qingwu greets the Western Marquis. Meng Qingwu also nodded. Chu Tian has offended the Western Marquis, so after this matter is over, Qingwu will personally apologize. But with the enemy in front of us, I ask the Western Marquis to cooperate. Shangguan Hong, you are still the Southern Summer King's second-class military marquis. The Refined ruler reprimanded him with a look of dissatisfaction. With the country in danger, personal grudges are not worth mentioning. This ruler does not want the Shangguan family to bear the crime of destroying the country. The Burning Sun ruler also said, Chu Tian has already become the country-guarding ruler and is the leader of the rulers, so it is not shameful for you to suffer this loss. Now that the war hounds are in front of us, we must cooperate. Yes. When the Western Marquis saw the two rulers come out to speak, how could he dare act out? He immediately cupped his hands and said, Shangguan Hong will face the danger with my own body, even if I die 10,000 times. Meng Qingwu was relieved seeing this. She looked at Shen Fenghu and the Golden Arrow Marquis. You guys came this quickly? Shen Fenghu nodded. My king sent out a royal proclamation not long ago, requesting the southern states to make their preparations as well as a plan to move troops from the south to the north. We were already prepared to come to Imperial City at any time, so when we learned of the changes in the Imperial region, we immediately rushed over. It's a pity. The Golden Arrow Marquis said with a sigh. We rushed over, but we couldn't bring the army with us. There was no way around it. Although the armies of the various states had not arrived yet, the marquises were all peak experts of southern Xia and were all experienced generals, so they could handle this task by themselves. With the help of these people in Imperial City, their chances of winning this battle would increase by quite a bit. Shen Fenghu's voice was a bit hoarse. I heard that the old marshal. Meng Qingwu gave a heavy nod. At this time, the marquises all had silent expressions. Whether it was Shen Fenghu, the Golden Arrow Marquis, the Western Marquis, or the other marquises, as long as they were in front of Dongfang Zhon, they would all respectfully call him the marshal. This was because they had more or less worked under Dongfang Zhon before, so they all admired Dongfang Zhon's character. The pillar of the country had collapsed. How could they not sigh? What is the current situation? The Greenwood Marquis said, how should we fight? Meng Qingwu had already done her best. The source energy guns and the source energy bombs, these two things could greatly increase the chances of Imperial City's defense. However, the final result of Imperial City was not something that Meng Qingwu could predict. She could only leave it to fate. Meng Qingwu was a merchant, so she had no experience in analyzing the battlefield. She only knew that the Warhound's army was very strong, so how they would defend would depend on these people. The calm martial ruler was not here and the burning sun ruler had the highest rank in the army, so he was in charge of the defense. From now on, the entire city will be under military control and all food will be distributed. The citizens of the city will not be allowed to leave and the mercenaries will be used to fight. The Greenwood Marquis, Shen Fenghu, you will be in charge of the southern defenses. The Golden Arrow Marquis, Western Peace Marquis, you will be in charge of the eastern defenses. The Western Marquis, Far East Marquis, I will leave the western defenses to you. The Refined Ruler and I will be in charge of the northern defenses. The military deployment will be as follows. The southern summer Imperial City was anxiously deploying and the war hounds were quickly reorganizing, increasing the pace of their advance. This was because the Fang King was very clear that his time was limited. The calm martial rulers 200,000 cavalry and the Green Cloud Marquis 200,000 cavalry, once they left the Kang State Plains, these 400,000 highly mobile troops would return to the Imperial region and the war hounds would fall into a difficult situation. This was a battle of speed. The Fang King had to rush back before the calm martial ruler returned and take down Imperial City. Once they took down Imperial City, Southern Summer would not have the strength to reverse the situation. Finally, the Warhound's army appeared to the north of Imperial City. The vast Warhound's army far surpassed their imagination and the Imperial City garrison couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. The flags were like waves in the sea and there were at least 700,000–800,000 of them. It was no different from when they attacked the front lines. This was strange. It was impossible for an army to increase in numbers as they fought. Although the Warhounds had a large victory in breaking through the front lines, they had lost at least 200,000 people. Why were there still so many soldiers in their field of vision? The Burning Sun ruler and the Refined ruler found the problem because they recognized many old enemies among the Warhounds' army's flags. From the information they had received, these old Warhounds tribes did not participate in the battle. It was clear that the Warhounds had not completely submitted to the Fang King. There were some old Warhounds tribes that did not participate in the battle. This was most likely a bet between the Fang King and them. As long as they broke through the front lines of southern Xia, these old tribes would submit. If the Fang King was defeated, these old tribes would leave the Fang King and in the end, the Fang King would be the only one left. These old tribes had seen the Fang King's strength, so they had no choice but to accept it. The Fang King's army had gained a very precious air force. From the scale, There were around 20,000 people and they were all riding on vultures. This was a large vulture cavalry and it was clear they were here to fight against the Griffin Knights in Imperial City. This was too hard to believe. An air force of vultures and a demon wolf cavalry. The mounts, soldiers, and equipment of these two armies were all the same. This was clearly something that could only be created with a strong breeding and manufacturing power. The warhounds' breeding ability was not bad, but they couldn't create this many high-quality mounts. Moreover, the warhounds' equipment manufacturing skills were very simple, so how could they create this kind of army? The Fang King rode a three-headed demon wolf, walking alone in the direction of Imperial City. This is the new Fang King. The Burning Sun ruler felt a pressure coming from the Fang King. This person's cultivation was higher than his by quite a bit, even the calm martial ruler could not compare, so it's a nameless person. Behind the Fang King was a group of Warhounds Kingdom experts, including 3-4 true spirit experts who were all old tribe chiefs. Other than that, there was also the Southern Summer rebel Wang Tianlong. The Fang King had sent out his full strength in this battle, preparing to capture Southern Summer's Imperial City in a single battle. The difference in strength between the two sides was too large and the fall of Southern Summer was imminent, but the Fang King was not excited at all. Rather, he said with a dark expression, "Malim was killed by the two of you." Who was Malim? The Burning Sun ruler and the refined ruler were stunned. "It was me who killed him." A sweet girl's voice sounded from the city walls. Meng Qingwu was not wearing her usual white robe, rather she was wearing a silver armor. She was fully armed like a valiant general. Jiyu Qianqiu was shocked. Chairman Meng actually killed that person. The Burning Sun ruler asked in a strange voice, "What? Could it be that person's background is very big?" "Of course," Jiyu Qianqiu angrily said. "Malim is the Hellsong tribe's vice-tribe chief and a true spirit cultivator who worked with the rebel Wang Tianlong to kill my king." True spirit cultivator? Everyone was shocked. A weak girl like Meng Qingwu actually personally killed a warhound's true spirit cultivator? This news was too shocking. Just the merit from this head was enough for Meng Qingwu to become a marquis. After all, in all these years, Southern Xia had never killed a warhound's true spirit expert before. Even if a warhound's true spirit expert fell, it would be because of internal strife. The entire warhound's army was thrown into an uproar. Malim actually died in the hands of a weak girl. The Fang King's face was extremely dark and his eyes seemed like they were about to spit fire. Chapter 333. The Nether Flame Blade Malim, the Hellsong tribe's vice-chief, had actually died to a weak awakened Soul Realm girl. This news was just too explosive. The various Warhounds tribes were all discussing this. "You are insulting my tribe's warriors." The Fang King angrily roared, "How could you kill him? Don't you recognize this storage bag?" Meng Qingwu did not waste words as she took out a storage bag from the Fang King. Then she took out a long black blade from the storage bag. The long blade was tied up in strips of cloth. Because this saber was a top-grade soul-contracting weapon, Meng Qingwu had no way of gaining its approval, so she had no way of using it. "Even if you don't recognize the storage bag, I think you're not unfamiliar with this saber. Nether Flame Blade. Malim really died to her hands." Several Warhounds Plains chiefs were whispering to each other as they all had strange expressions on their faces. No one sympathized with Malim's death, rather most of them revealed looks of disdain. The Fang King was unable to restrain his anger. Malim was his little brother and was the Fang King's most trusted and capable subordinate. If Malim was killed by a strong enemy, it would be a fitting ending for a brave warrior. But Malim had actually died to this weak little girl's hands. This was not just an insult to Malim, it was also an insult to their Hellsong tribe. The purple-gold thunder god's drum was suddenly raised. Lightning. The Fang King roared out as he released a bolt of lightning that exploded in the sky. It pierced through the clouds and charged at Meng Qingwu on the city wall. She could still release such a strong attack from this far away? The Fang King's strength was truly terrifying. This shocked the Southern Xia soldiers. The refined ruler gave a cold laugh and the golden pen fell out of his sleeve. He drew a circle in the air and the lightning was instantly locked in. With a wave of the golden pen, the energy was sent back, shooting at the Fang King like a beam of light. The Fang King used the golden drum to block it and it was all sucked in. The Fang King softly asked, "You are the Southern Summer refined ruler?" "It is this ruler. The many years of chaos in the war hounds were all secretly stirred up by you. The reason why Southern Shia can live until today is because of you. It's a pity that I haven't been able to grasp their recent movements. Otherwise, how could I have fallen to such a state? This ruler is clear on the situation of the Warhound's plains. It is impossible for them to launch this kind of attack. You are not a nameless person, so where did you come from?" The Burning Sun ruler coldly said, "Why are you wasting words with him? Since these Warhound's beasts have come, then we'll let them experience the power of Southern Shia's arrows. Burning Sun ruler, refined ruler, I suggest you surrender." Before the Fang King could say anything, Wang Tianlong slowly walked out. "Could it be that you still naively think that Southern Shia is only facing the Warhound's kingdom? Wrong. He was gravely mistaken. You don't know what happened at all. You can't win this battle." The Southern Shia people were already suspicious of the Fang King's origin. This was because the Hellsong tribe was a new tribe that had appeared in the Warhound's plains in the last 10 years, so they were fundamentally different from the other Warhound's tribes. A tribe that was established in such a short period of time, it was impossible for them to establish a mature and complete army. 100,000 demon wolf cavalry and 20,000 vulture cavalry, where did they come from? There was only one possibility. The Hellsong tribe was just a representative, representing a foreign power. That was why Wang Tianlong was so confident. The Hellsong tribe is a noble of the Eagle Burial Kingdom. Wang Tianlong loudly shouted, "The Warhound's kingdom has already become one of the Eagle Burial warring kingdoms, and the Warhounds are now under the Eagle Burial Kingdom's influence. Do you think you have the ability to fight against a warring kingdom?" Everyone's expressions changed. Eagle Burial Kingdom? Although this country did not have any contact with the Southern Summer country, some people had heard of it before. This was also a kingdom, but it had already developed to the level of a warring kingdom. It had to be known that for a kingdom to become a warring kingdom, it first had to have a stable and rich national power. It also had to have a military strength that surpassed the surrounding areas, showing a tendency to expand to become a warring kingdom. A warring kingdom was also a kingdom and its strength far surpassed a normal kingdom, even surpassing a normal large kingdom. In the future, it had the potential to become an empire. Didn't the Tianmo cult create a heavenly demon warring kingdom in the past? Everyone was clear on how strong the Tianmo cult was at its peak. Each branch of the 10 great inheritances had at least several true spirit realm experts. The small Southern Summer country's national power compared to a warring kingdom did not have any chance of winning. The Warhound's kingdom had already become a warring kingdom. This generation's Fang King was not born on the Warhound's plains, rather he was a king from the Spirit Beast warring kingdom, not an independent king. It was no wonder the Fang King could lead such a strong army. With the situation on the Warhound's plains, this army couldn't be established even after several decades. This was clearly an army provided by the Spirit Beast warring kingdom behind the Warhound's kingdom. It was because of this that the Fang King could sweep through everything, causing the front lines of Southern Shia to collapse in a single night. Now you understand, you have no chance of winning at all. Wang Tianlong said with a cold smile, not to mention you can't win today, so what if you're lucky enough not to be destroyed? In just a few days, the warring kingdom will send several times the number of soldiers. What use is there in defending? How long can you defend? You traitor. Shut up. A wise man submits to circumstances. The Fang King has ruled the plains and has now become the Fang King. Wang Tianlong was not moved at all. The destruction of the Southern Summer country is a fact. Only surrendering to the Warhounds can save the 200 million citizens of the Southern Summer country from the flames of war. Southern Shia will still be Southern Shia. It will just be a subsidiary of the Warhound's kingdom and a small piece of the Eagle Burial Kingdom's territory. Humans can still live their own lives and receive the protection of a strong warring kingdom, so why not? Don't be stubborn. There is no other way other than surrendering. Let Southern Shia become the Spirit Beast slaves. Let Southern Summer pay tribute to the Warhounds. Impossible. Don't tell me you want Southern Shia to fall into death and destruction. Wang Tianlong loudly shouted, The lives of the millions of innocent citizens in Imperial City are in your hands. If you dare resist the Warhound's cavalry today, the city will be slaughtered on the day the city is broken. You better think this through. The defenders were a bit shaken. The strength of a warring kingdom was too terrifying. The small southern summer country couldn't even fight the Warhounds. Even if the Warhounds agreed, they would only be a large kingdom and a very unstable kingdom. How could they compare to a warring kingdom? Now that the Warhounds' plains had the help of the Eagle Burial Kingdom, the Warhounds' kingdom had been re-established. With the warring kingdom suppressing them, the Warhounds would have fewer internal conflicts. The Warhounds' kingdom had become a vassal state of the Eagle Burial Kingdom, so what qualifications did Southern Shia have to refuse becoming a subsidiary country? The countries of the continent were divided into 3 types. The first was an independent country. This was a country with complete sovereignty, diplomatic rights, and exclusive resources. It was not controlled by any outside powers and did not need to pay tribute. The second was a vassal state. A vassal state was not a kingdom, it could be a marquis state, or a sovereign state. This was a country with a noble title that was sent to various places, allowing them to have their own territory. The current Fang King was clearly a king of the Eagle Burial Kingdom, so he was given the title of King of the Warhounds Kingdom. Although the Marquis had a high degree of autonomy in their territory, the highest commander of the Warhounds army was still the king. Every year they mined the resources from the treasury, they had to pay a certain amount of taxes to the main country. The third was a subsidiary country. Subsidiary countries were different from the first 2. Subsidiary countries were countries that were defeated or faced with a stronger country, so they surrendered. These subsidiary countries did not have any dignity and almost no sovereignty. Not only did they have to pay tribute, they also had to pay tribute and they could not have their own army. Subsidiary countries existed to work hard, growing food, cultivating resources, raising demon beasts, and etc. They were not allowed to keep the treasury and had to take it all out to pay tribute. Once Southern Shia became a subsidiary country of the Warhounds Kingdom, their people and resources would not belong to them. But if they resisted, with Southern Shia's national strength, how could they block the invasion of a large warring kingdom? Scram! A person like you who sells out your ancestors for glory, what qualifications do you have to shout here? Then I want to see how long you can remain arrogant in front of the Warhounds Kingdom's overwhelming strength. Wang Tianlong did not plan on keeping them here. Although the Fang King promised to make him the new Southern Summer King, the 3 great clans did not have any meaning in existing. Otherwise, with Wang Tianlong's current strength, how could he suppress these fellows? Kill, he had to kill them all. Wang Tianlong was very clear on the Burning Sun ruler's temper. Since they wouldn't give up until they saw the coffin, they could not convince them to surrender, so he would use strength to speak. The Fang King did not want to waste time. This was because the calm martial ruler did not give the Fang King much time. At this time, a deep bugle was blown. The Warhounds' army was preparing to attack. The vanguard was made up of giant beasts, leading around 50,000 Warhounds elites. Most of them were carrying tools to climb the walls, so this was the first wave of Warhounds to attack. Those giant beasts that looked like gorillas were over 10 meters tall and each one was covered in incomparably thick armor. The threat that Southern Shia's archers posed to them was very limited and even the arrows of true Soul Realm experts would find it hard to heavily injure them. Dong, dong, dong. The war drums became more and more intense. The speed at which this army charged out was becoming faster and faster. The Burning Sun ruler knit his brows. Will it really work? Relax. Meng Qingwu tightly clenched her fist. Just wait and see. A giant beast suddenly stepped on something and a large amount of energy was released from its foot. It released a large amount of light and heat in a short period of time. That wild energy was released like a tsunami, instantly blowing up the giant beast's leg. That giant shockwave sent several hundred Warhound soldiers flying and quite a few of them were sent flying. The Warhound's vanguard formation fell into chaos. Hong, hong, hong. There were several large explosions. Several more source energy bombs buried underground were detonated. Without any warning, these giant monsters suddenly suffered a violent explosion. Basically, they were all blown to pieces. The power of this explosion was so strong that every time it was released, a black bowl-shaped pit would appear on the ground. Perhaps even a true Soul Realm expert would be heavily injured or even killed by this explosion. Fire. Meng Qingwu gave an order. Several catapults on the wall were launched and several tightly wrapped bombs flew out from the wall, falling in a parabola in the center of the Warhound's army. Hong. Another shining mushroom cloud appeared. Several hundred Warhound soldiers were in the range of the bombs and were immediately killed by this violent explosion. The Warhound's first wave did not even have time to fight before they suffered a heavy setback. Their originally low morale was restored by quite a bit. No matter what happened in the future, they would at least win this battle first. After all, the Burning Sun ruler and the Refined ruler were not fools. If the situation reached a point where they could not resist, then they would naturally retreat. Bring the bow. Southern Shia's bombs were too strong, causing large losses to the Warhounds. This made the Warhounds experts very unhappy. When Southern Shia threw another source energy bomb, a Warhounds expert pulled his bow and shot an arrow at the bomb. Hong. This bomb exploded in the air. There were quite a few Southern Summer soldiers on the wall that were injured. When the source energy bombs were shattered, the fragments fell in different places like fireworks. Each fragment exploded, causing a certain amount of damage to the Warhounds tribe. What was this thing? The Warhounds were very shocked. Mind's eye. Wang Tianlong used his divine sense to observe the ground in front of him and was surprised to find that there were many high-energy objects buried in the ground in front of Imperial City. It was these things that had blown up the Warhounds' giant beasts. Humph. The Fang King had clearly noticed this as he coldly raised the golden drum. Shoot the arrows in front of you. The Warhounds' archers immediately pulled their bows and a large wave of arrows fell down. Those source energy bombs that did not explode in time were mostly detonated by the rain of arrows. Like this, the buried mines had lost their effect. It was a pity that there was too little time and Miracle Commerce did not have time to make enough source energy bombs. The Warhounds' army did not care about death as they charged forward. They were about to reach the wall and the following battle would be very difficult. Perhaps they would have to fight a hard battle. Chapter 334. The war drums were like thunder, shaking the earth. The Warhounds' army charged forward like a black mass, finally beginning their attack. When they entered the range of Southern Shia's archers, a terrifying whistling sound came from the sky. It was like a dark cloud was covering them, instantly blocking the sunlight as countless arrows fell down. Ice, flames, and explosions, these talisman arrows had shocking might, instantly causing the Warhounds' army to suffer heavy losses. Release the arrows. Counterattack. A Warhounds chief personally led the charge. Let them see the might of the Warhounds' kingdom. The Warhounds' army charged forward with a strange roar, shooting arrows into the sky. Countless arrows fell onto the city walls, attempting to use the rain of arrows to suppress the resistance of the Southern Summer defenders. The Refined ruler coldly ordered, "Activate the talisman array." The Shangguan family stood in a circle, each person holding a large flag covered in talismans. They slammed it into the city walls and the energy from the talismans began to interweave, forming a protective barrier around the city walls. The Warhounds' arrows were all bounced off the protective barrier. The Warhounds attempted to climb the city walls, but Southern Shia had already placed large amounts of talisman traps on the city walls. As long as the Warhounds touched the traps, they would immediately trigger flames, frost, or explosions. How could it be easy for the Warhounds' army to climb the city walls? The Southern Summer defenders just had to hold their ground. It was victory as long as the city was not broken. The calm martial ruler had escaped from Kang State and killed his way back, which would instantly change the situation. The Fang King knew this, so he did not hesitate to go crazy. The Fang King coldly stared at the intense battlefield. "Move out with the vulture cavalry." Large amounts of black dots appeared in the clouds at this time. Countless Warhound soldiers riding vultures passed through the defensive line and appeared in the sky above Imperial City. After all, Royal City was not a fortress. The frontline fortresses were almost completely enclosed fortresses, but it was impossible for Royal City to be enclosed. Therefore, the aerial troops could completely bypass the defensive line and land in the center of the city to launch an attack, breaking through Royal City's defenses from the inside. Large amounts of Warhound's soldiers fell down from the sky like dumplings. The Warhound's vulture cavalry had transported at least 30,000–40,000 Warhound's elites into Imperial City. If these 30,000–40,000 elites and 20,000 vulture cavalry attacked from the inside, it would be a large disturbance and trouble for Southern Shia. Wild Flame Legion, block the enemy's airborne ground troop. The Burning Sun ruler immediately ordered the Nangong family's Wild Flame Heavy Armor Corps to move out and form a solid defense for Imperial City. Griffin Knights, go forward and tie down these air forces. The 2,000 Griffins had been waiting for a long time. When they received the Burning Sun ruler's order, they immediately flew into the air and attacked the vulture cavalry that was 10 times the number in Imperial City. Although the Griffin Knights didn't have the advantage in numbers, their imposing manner wasn't inferior at all. The Griffins themselves were powerful level 2 magical beasts, and every single royal knight was a top-notch elite of Southern Shia. Even if the enemy outnumbered them 10-1, they would still have the ability to fight. Is this the strongest legion of Southern Shia? The commander of the vulture cavalry sneered, "What a ridiculous bunch of fools." The Griffin Knights were the peak force protecting Southern Shia and Imperial City. In order to create the Griffin Knights, Southern Shia bought griffins from foreign sources at a high price each year and invested large amounts of resources into training the Griffin Knights. The Griffin Knights represented Southern Shia's authority in a certain sense. If they could defeat this army, it would be a destructive blow to Southern Shia's morale. Since they're seeking death, we'll let them see how strong our Eagle Burial Kingdom's air force is. The vulture cavalry commander loudly ordered, "Kill." The Griffin Knight commander faced the dense amount of vulture cavalry and immediately raised his spear high up as he shouted, "Prepare for battle." The two airborne armies quickly moved, and when they were about to collide, the Griffin Knight commander loudly shouted, "Wind Blade Array." 2,000 griffins simultaneously gathered their strength and released a wave of azure wind blades. The griffins were much stronger than the vultures, so this storm-like wind blade attack was very powerful. If they directly hit the vultures, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. In an instant, a large number of them would be wiped out. But how could it be this easy? The vulture cavalry was a regular army of the Eagle Burial Kingdom. Not only were they well trained, they also had rich battle experience. When the griffins gathered their strength, the vulture cavalry were already prepared and dodged at the same time. The blue wind blades passed through them, but not many of them hit their targets. Looking from the ground, the orderly vulture cavalry suddenly exploded. All the vulture cavalry moved in different directions, instantly forming a semicircle that seemed like it was trying to swallow the Griffin Knights. Kill them. The vulture cavalry completely surrounded the Griffin Knights, sealing off the space around them. After all, the vulture cavalry had the advantage in numbers. If they used a blockade strategy, the Griffin cavalry's movements would be hindered. Although the Royal Knights were very strong and the Griffin mounts were very fierce, the Warhound's vulture cavalry weren't bad either. Once they were surrounded by the vulture cavalry, it would be hard for them to escape in a short period of time. The Griffin Knight commander's face fell. Break through. How could it be that easy? Release the arrows. The Griffin Knights each had a spear. Most of the time, they relied on their griffins to charge through enemy lines. Griffins could shoot powerful wind blades, which could make up for their lack of ranged attacks. Thus, the Griffin Knights didn't use ranged weapons. The vulture cavalry's situation was different. The vulture beasts had thick skin and flesh, and their speed when carrying heavy loads was outstanding. However, they didn't have the ability to attack from a distance. Because of this, during the selection process of the vulture cavalry, the priority was to be a sharpshooter. There were even some strong vulture beasts that were paired with two cavalrymen, one in charge of close combat and the other in charge of long-range attacks. The Griffin Knights had just entered close combat with the first row of vulture cavalry when the second and third row of vultures released a large wave of arrows. The front lines were pinned down by the melee attackers, while the back lines were shot from the shadows. With such a combination of ranged attacks and melee attacks, the Griffin cavalry couldn't hold on for long even with the Griffin's wind elemental defensive barrier. Almost immediately, the Griffin cavalry fell into a disadvantageous position. They tried to break out of the encirclement several times but failed. It really wasn't good. Southern Shia was a small country in the end, so they lacked experience in aerial battles. Even the elite Griffin Knights did not have much experience in aerial battles, so when they fought against a trained aerial force, even if they had an advantage in individual strength, they would still be suppressed. Dong, dong, dong. The Warhounds' black tide of attacks became even fiercer. Whether it was the Imperial City or the Warhounds, the casualties were all increasing. Because the Vulture Cavalry had sent a group of airborne soldiers into southern Shia, the city walls were in chaos. There were quite a few Warhound soldiers that didn't fear death climbing up the walls. Throw the bombs. Quickly. The southern Shia defenders had no way of dealing with the wildly climbing Warhound soldiers, so they could only throw the last batch of source energy bombs down from the city walls. In an instant, the earth shook and large amounts of explosions appeared on the city walls. Each source energy bomb released a terrifying light and heat, causing the Imperial City to tremble under this terrifying might. Each explosion occurred where the Warhound soldiers were gathered, instantly tearing apart over 100 Warhound soldiers. The Warhound's army was shocked by the terrifying might of the source energy bombs. The might of these weapons was just too terrifying. Don't care about them, continue killing. Southern Shia's city walls are about to be broken. The Warhound's army was incomparably fierce. These powerful source energy bombs could barely suppress the Warhound's attack, but it didn't take long for the Warhounds to return, attacking the city walls like ants. In terms of defense, southern Shia's Imperial City could not compare to the frontline fortress. Because Imperial City was too big and there were too many people, there were 9 city gates. The Warhound's army attacked 7 of the city gates at the same time, so Miracle Commerce had a limited amount of source energy bombs. Now that they were almost used up, there was no way to stop the Warhounds from attacking the city. The Griffin Knights that southern Shia was proud of were currently being suppressed by the Vulture Cavalry, so they had no way to reinforce the defenses. Instead, more and more Warhound soldiers were creating chaos in Imperial City, wantonly setting fires and attacking, making the situation even more chaotic. Finally, there was a Warhound's army that successfully climbed up the city walls. The following troops continued to pour in like a tide, each one of them fighting without fear of death. The southern Shia army was much weaker in comparison. Meng Qingwu saw that many parts of the city walls were invaded by the Warhound's army, and she knew that Imperial City couldn't hold on much longer. She immediately said to the Burning Sun ruler and the Refined ruler, "It's about time." The 2 rulers nodded. The Burning Sun ruler raised a flag high up and a horn sounded in southern Shia's Imperial City. The Fang King knit his brows when he saw this. Could it be that southern Shia still had a move they hadn't used? At this time, the Griffin Knights that were surrounded by the Vulture Cavalry suddenly began to counterattack. The 2,000 Griffin Knights charged forward with a lance in one hand and a source energy submachine gun in the other. This weapon is... Wang Tianlong was shocked when he saw the weapon the Griffin Knights were using. Wang Tianlong was not unfamiliar with this thing, he had seen it in Chu Tian's hands before. Only Wang Tianlong had always thought that it was a special secret treasure, but who would have thought that the Griffin Knights would all have one? Wang Tianlong had seen the might of this weapon before. If everyone had one, how terrifying would that be? The Griffin Knight commander loudly shouted, "Kill them all." The Warhounds did not even have time to react before the source energy submachine gun spat out a dazzling white flame. Over 1,000 energy bullets flew out faster than arrows. The firing speed was too fast and the attack was too sudden. How could the Vulture Cavalry resist at such a close distance? In an instant, several hundred vultures fell from the sky, creating a gap in the Vulture Cavalry's encirclement. The Griffin Knights used a storm of bullets to create a gap in the Vulture Cavalry's formation, causing heavy casualties to the vultures. Then they charged down the city walls and the muzzles of their submachine guns swept across the Warhound soldiers on the city walls. The sky was filled with dense light bullet. This was the effect of 2,000 source energy submachine guns firing at the same time. When the source energy bullets weren't fired, not only were they small, they were also faster than arrows. Shooting at such a close distance, these Warhound soldiers did not have time to dodge at all. They were instantly killed, greatly reducing the pressure on the city walls. This was the Nangong family's over 10,000 wild flame heavy armor army. Their left hands held pistols and their right hands held large swords, currently fighting the Warhound soldiers that dropped in. There was no suspense in the result as the Warhound soldiers were defeated in one battle. How could they block this terrifying army? The Nangong family's wild flame heavy armor army already had strong close combat abilities, and now with the assistance of the pistols, they could easily pierce through an awakened soul cultivator's protective spirit energy. These Warhound soldiers that dropped in were elites, but how many of them were awakened soul cultivators? This was a completely one-sided situation. They had regained their air superiority, relieved the pressure on the city walls, and cleared out the enemies in the city. The southern summer imperial city was becoming smoother and smoother, so the Warhounds would not be able to break through imperial city. These humans really do have some method. The Fang King's eyes seemed like they were spitting fire, but he was not flustered and exasperated. Rather, he calmly said, "How are the preparations on that side?" Wang Tianlong confidently said, "Please be assured, Fang King. Everything is prepared, these fellows won't be happy for long." "Good. Inform the Demon Wolf Cavalry to prepare to attack." Chapter 335. The Warhound soldiers that had been dropped by the Vulture Knights were being pushed back by the Nangong family's Wild Flame Army. The Wild Flame Army was Southern Shia's strongest infantry army. Each one was covered in incomparably thick armor, and it was hard for early awakened Soul Realm experts to break through their defenses. Moreover, the Wild Flame Army was raised using the Nangong family's secret technique, so they were all tall and strong, almost not feeling any pain. Although they were in the peak 9th body refinement layer, their individual strength was close to an awakened soul cultivator. An entire 10,000 wild flame warriors held giant broadswords in their right hands and source energy pistols in their left. The Warhound soldiers tried to break through the encirclement several times but failed, finally being forced back together. Almost at the same time, the Griffin Knights supported the city walls, instantly eliminating the pressure on the Southern Summer Army, giving the Southern Summer Army enough time to regain their footing. Although Imperial City was in a mess because of the flames of battle, the most dangerous wave of attacks had been blocked at this moment. The Griffin Knights once again began fighting with the Vulture Knights. Each Griffin Knight had at least one energy magazine left. In front of the high firing speed and firepower of the source energy submachine guns, the Vulture Knights could not form a proper battle formation. After a few rounds of attacks from the Griffin Knights, the Vulture Knights had suffered at least 3-4 times the casualties of the Griffin Knights. Ha, 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 ha. The Burning Sun ruler punched a Warhound's general's body. His body was covered in blood and his red hair danced in the wind. He stared at the retreating Warhound soldiers and wildly laughed. "The Warhounds only amount to this much, daring to attack my southern summer country. I'll make sure you never return." The refined ruler had also killed several high-level generals. At this moment, the most dangerous wave of attacks from the Warhounds had been blocked. The Warhounds' Vulture Knights had suffered heavy casualties and the elites that had been dropped into the city had been chased by the Wild Flame Army, with most of them having already died. The Warhounds had surrounded the city and suffered heavy casualties. If they chose to retreat now, it would not be easy to attack the city again. On one hand, after this battle, Southern Shia's confidence had increased, and on the other hand, the calm martial ruler was about to return. The Southern Summer Cavalry did not have much time left for the Warhounds. Miracle Commerce's source energy weapons had played a crucial role. It was because of the strong source energy weapons that the Griffin Knights could escape from their disadvantage, allowing the Wild Flame Army to easily defeat the Warhounds' elites. It was also because of the deterrence of the source energy weapons that the Warhounds' experts, including the Fang King, did not dare act rashly, greatly reducing the pressure on their defenses. The refined ruler took out the dark gold pen from the heart of a Warhound's general. When his eyes swept over the Warhound's army, he suddenly noticed a different situation. Where did their main cavalry go? With these words, the Burning Sun ruler was alerted. The most important part of the Warhound's army was the demonic wolf cavalry. This was an army with a battle strength that made people's blood run cold. Only no matter how intense the battle was, the Fang King had always been calm and did not use this army to attack the city. Now that they looked over, They were surprised to find that the nightmarish Black Army had already disappeared. Southern Xia was cheering for their victory. The Burning Sun ruler stared at the Fang King. Although they were very far away, the Fang King's eyes did not contain any anger or frustration. Rather, there was a deep sense of cunning, as if he was waiting for something. This is bad. Could it be that he still had a backup plan? When the Burning Sun ruler and the Refined ruler felt this was bad, there was a series of sounds of fighting that came from the center of Imperial City. There were also the faint roars of angry wolves mixed in. The Warhounds elites that had been suppressed by the Wild Flame Army suddenly began to wildly counterattack like they were on steroids. Before the Wild Flame Army could react, from the roofs and corners of the surroundings, there were even people that jumped over the walls. Like a flood, thousands of Black Wolf cavalry appeared. This is bad. It was too sudden and the Wild Flame Army did not have time to counterattack. Countless demonic wolf cavalry swarmed over, instantly cutting into the Wild Flame Army's formation. Moreover, their numbers kept increasing, surpassing the Wild Flame Army in an instant. It was like a group of wild dogs fighting over a delicious piece of meat, instantly throwing the Wild Flame Army into chaos. The Warhounds cavalry had appeared in Imperial City. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? Why would the Warhounds cavalry appear in the city? A person quickly ran over to report, "The enemy is coming from the direction of the Nangong family. This is impossible." The Burning Sun ruler could not help but believe this. A large group of incomparably fierce black figures were continuously charging out. The agile demonic wolf cavalry jumped over the roofs, killing the innocent civilians and soldiers on the streets. 5,000, 8,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. The Burning Sun ruler's Wild Flame heavy armored army in the city were instantly submerged. The demonic wolf cavalry became larger and larger, appearing in an endless stream. What the hell is going on? The Burning Sun ruler angrily roared out, but he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the family's secret passage has been? The entire southern Xia Imperial City was built by the three great clans, so during the construction of Imperial City, the three great clans would definitely build a secret passage outside the city for some reason. This was not a strange matter at all. But the security of the secret passage was very high. It could not be opened from the outside and could only be opened from the inside. There were not many people in the Nangong family that had the authority to open it, especially in this kind of wartime situation. Then why would the secret passage be opened for no reason? At this time, countless demonic wolf cavalry suddenly surrounded a small group of Nangong family soldiers. The one leading them was not anyone else, it was actually the Burning Sun ruler's son, the departing Flame Marquis. The departing Flame Marquis was accompanied by several thousand departing flame guards he had personally trained. Departing Flame Marquis. Why is the departing Flame Marquis with the Warhounds people? Damn, could it be the departing Flame Marquis who let the enemy in? If the departing Flame Marquis opened the Nangong family's secret passage, everything would be logical. After all, the departing Flame Marquis was the head of the 8 Marquises and the only first-class Marquis. He had the powerful departing Flame soldiers and had the authority to open it. Even if the family opposed it, the departing Flame Marquis could still open it with his strength. Ha, ha, ha. A true Spirit Realm Warhounds chief laughed beside the departing Flame Marquis. You never thought that this would be your end. The Burning Sun ruler's face turned red and black. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Nangong Ling, you unfilial son. How dare you frame this old man for being unjust? How dare you frame the family for being unjust? Old fellow, you've gone senile. The departing Flame Marquis, Nangong Ling coldly said, the southern summer Imperial City has around 7-8 million people and this bustling city will be destroyed by you fools. I'm only doing this to protect the citizens. The Fang King has already promised me that as long as I help him take down Imperial City, he will spare the citizens and make me the ruler of the southern summer country. As for you, why are you still stubbornly resisting, betraying your country for glory, but you have to use such a grand excuse? The refined ruler was filled with rage. Imperial City was about to be defended, but who would have thought that this kind of turn would occur? You are the shame of the southern summer country. Nangong Ling did not care. No matter what you say, the Dongfang family's southern Xia cannot be protected. The Nangong family and Shangguan family do not need to be buried with him. The true Spirit Realm Warhound's chief on the side was already impatient. Too much nonsense, attack. The Demon Wolf cavalry wildly charged at the city walls. Southern Xia's defenses were all external, so now that the enemy was attacking from the inside, how could they defend? The Fang King could feel the change in the city from outside the city. He gave a cold smile and raised the purple gold thunder god's drum in his hand. The time has come, follow me to attack the city. The Fang King personally made a move. Other than the Fang King, the Warhounds had at least 4 other true Spirit Realm experts. The number, scale, and battle strength of their army far surpassed that of Southern Xia. Now that they were attacking Imperial City from the inside, how could the Southern Summer Country defend it? 2 rulers of the Southern Summer Country, let me face you. The Fang King stomped on the ground and jumped several dozen meters off the city walls. Using the depression in the city walls, he jumped several dozen meters again and actually landed on top of the city walls. The city walls were already burning and the soldiers were resisting the enemies coming from all directions. How could they concentrate their firepower on the Fang King? The Fang King casually raised the purple gold thunder god's drum in his hand and several southern summer soldiers surrounding him were turned to ashes by the lightning. The burning sun ruler said to Meng Qingwu beside him, "You guys retreat first and defend the royal palace." Chen Bingyu brought Meng Qingwu away from the battlefield. This battle was not something they could interfere with. The Fang King did not chase and he disdained chasing because the only people worthy of being his opponent in the entire imperial city were these 2. The burning sun ruler and the refined ruler did not say a word as they attacked the Fang King at the same time. Hong, hong, hong. The entire city walls exploded. 3 true Spirit Realm experts fiercely clashed and the destructive power of this level of battle was very shocking. Large pieces of the city walls collapsed and the scene turned into a chaotic mess. At this time, 3 figures flew out at the same time and landed on the ruins. Both sides had only exchanged a few moves, but the refined ruler and the burning sun ruler were both injured, while the Fang King did not seem to have any injuries at all. He still had a relaxed appearance and just from this point, it could be seen how big the difference in strength was. The Fang King said with a laugh of ridicule, "The 3 rulers of the Southern Summer Country only have this much strength." At this time, they were surrounded by the Warhound's army on all sides. The burning sun ruler and the refined ruler looked at each other. Retreat. The 2 of them retreated and several Warhound's plains chiefs chased after them, but they were stopped by the Fang King. The Fang King calmly said, "There is no need to worry about 2 true spirit cultivators. Our mission is to take down the Southern Summer Imperial City. Even if the Kang State Cavalry arrives, they won't be able to turn the situation around. No matter what tricks the other side plays, victory will still belong to us in the end. Yes. You will lead the troops to sweep through the Southern Summer Army and destroy their last resistance." The Fang King's eyes were as cold as ice. As for these people, it doesn't matter if they live for a few more hours. Chapter 336. Chu Tian had been in a state of chaos for the past few days. He felt like he was floating in an empty space and there were some cryptic and profound sounds lingering in his ears, sometimes near and sometimes far, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Chu Tian felt like his entire body was immersed in chaos and he was sinking into a bottomless abyss. However, at that moment, a towering and majestic demon god appeared in the endless darkness. This demon god had 9 eyes, and each eye had a different color. Each color represented a profound power in the world, and each eye seemed to contain the great Tao of heaven and earth. White was space, silver was time, green was life, black was death, purple was the soul, and gold was divine sense. The 9 eyes each represented an extraordinary power. The 9-eyed demon god was a supreme being that had 9 kinds of power outside of elemental energy. Chu Tian was very familiar with the 9-eyed demon god's power because he was Chu Tian and Chu Tian was him. It was just a reincarnation. However, what surprised Chu Tian the most was that the 9-eyed demon god felt very unfamiliar to him at this moment. This was because there was another eye on the 9-eyed demon god's body. This eye was closed the entire time, but it was releasing an incredible power. This eye is. Chu Tian felt like the 10th eye was about to open and an irresistible power covered him, pulling Chu Tian out of the abyss of his consciousness. Was this just a dream? When Chu Tian woke up, he was covered in sweat. The 10th eye was the power sealed by the nameless ancient god, and the nameless ancient god had warned Chu Tian to not open this eye easily, otherwise there would be unimaginable consequences. What kind of power did this eye represent? Chu Tian felt a strong headache. Although he had rested for several days and his body hadn't recovered, his spiritual energy had gradually returned to normal. At least he could get out of bed and walk. Ying, why is it so noisy outside? Chu Tian, you're finally awake. Meng Ying had a worried expression as she looked out the window. When she heard Chu Tian's voice, she immediately turned around in pleasant surprise, but then she said in a worried and fearful voice, Southern Xia's army has been defeated again and the war hounds have killed their way into Imperial City. All the soldiers and civilians have surrendered and are fighting to the death, causing the entire Imperial City to fall into chaos. What? He was defeated again. Chu Tian immediately sat up. What the hell are these Southern Xia troops doing? The front lines fell because of a sneak attack. It's understandable that they weren't prepared, but how did King City fall as well? Meng Ying gave a sigh. I don't know, elder sister won't let me go out. However, I heard elder sister Nangong say that it was the departing Flame Marquis who betrayed us and led the Warhound's army into the city through a secret passage. They worked together to break the city. Another traitor? Chu Tian felt a headache. If even Imperial City fell, wouldn't Southern Xia be finished? Like this, what would happen to the miracle commerce that Chu Tian had spent half a year to build? Where are we? Chu Tian found that this place was not the miracle commerce headquarters. The royal palace. For safety, elder sister ordered her subordinates to destroy the Yun sect research facility in Imperial City and burned the headquarters. Then she brought the other people from miracle commerce to the royal palace. The Burning Sun ruler and the Refined ruler still have over 100,000 soldiers fighting to the death, using the royal palace as a stronghold. However, there are too many enemies, I think. Imperial City can't be defended, we need to discuss a retreat plan. Quickly come with me. Before he finished, the door was pushed open and Meng Qingwu quickly walked in. When she saw Chu Tian sitting up, she revealed a surprised expression. Chu Tian? You woke up at the right time. Chu Tian did not know what had happened recently. Did you just say retreat? What do you mean? There's no time to explain right now, every minute is more dangerous. Meng Qingwu quickly said to Meng Ying, quickly, let's go to the main hall. The main hall of the palace was not as glorious and peaceful as it usually was. At this moment, it was filled with armored warriors. Looking out from the main hall, half of the city was burning. The thick black smoke had long covered the entire sky. Chu Tian saw several familiar faces, like the Burning Sun ruler, the Refined ruler, Jiyu Chenqiu, Shen Fenghu, the Golden Arrow Marquis, the Four Direction Marquis, and others. Everyone was bathed in blood and covered in wounds. When everyone saw Chu Tian, they revealed a complex expression. Chu Tian weakly said, the general situation, I've already heard about it. Now that Imperial City has fallen, there are only a few 100,000 soldiers left to defend the royal palace. I'm afraid we won't be able to stop the war hounds for long, so it's too late to do anything now. Have you thought about how to retreat? The Burning Sun ruler stomped his chest in regret. The fall of Imperial City is all this ruler's fault. How could the Nangong family give birth to such an unfilial son? The situation is already lost, it's too late to regret. The Refined ruler had a defeated look on his face at this moment. The southern summer countries north can't be defended. The Imperial region, Kang State, and the departing Flame Marquis Furnace State will be lost, but the southern summer country has 6 states in the south. Each state has an average of over 100,000 soldiers, as well as the tens of thousands of miles of mountains and the 4 states' lake as a barrier. Perhaps they can stop the war hounds from swallowing the southern summer country. What we need to do now is to try our best to preserve the southern summer country's strength and defend the 6 southern states. There was really no way to reverse the current situation. The Fang King had experts like clouds and his army had an overwhelming advantage. Imperial City had already fallen and was in chaos, being heavily damaged. Now that things had developed to this point, not to mention it was impossible to turn defeat into victory, even if they created a miracle and drove away the Warhound's army, so what? The front lines had collapsed and Imperial City had been destroyed. Was there any meaning in the Imperial region like this? At this moment, it was better to preserve their strength and move to the south, using their geographical advantage to block the Warhound's invasion. The problem was how to move. The sounds of fighting outside were becoming more and more intense. The Burning Sun ruler said, "The Dongfang family has a secret passage in the royal palace. The eldest prince Dongfang Haoran has the authority to open it and knows how to open it. Now I ask the great scholar, the country-guarding ruler, and the dukes to bring the remaining 1,000 royal knights and 20,000 elites of the three races to leave Imperial City through the passage. Of the 6 southern states, Central State has the best position and can become the new center of southern Xia, preserving the last bloodline of the southern Xia tribe." Dongfang Haoran was also covered in blood as he immediately walked out. Understood. If this many people evacuate, will the Warhounds not care? The Burning Sun ruler revealed a determined expression, "Leave in peace. The refined ruler and I will lead the last of Imperial City's elites and fight the Warhounds to the last moment. With us stalling for time here, they won't be able to chase after you." The meaning behind these words was that the Burning Sun ruler and the refined ruler were prepared to fight to the end. Why must the two rulers defend a broken city to the death? Jiyu Qianqiu immediately said, "Where there's life, there's hope." The Burning Sun ruler decisively said, "The fall of Imperial City is this ruler's greatest crime. I have let down the Nangong families Lai Zhu and the countless heroes of southern Xia. Only a bloody battle can redeem myself. This ruler has already decided to bring the Nangong family's direct descendants to defend, and the Nangong family's branch families and youths under 20 will all be managed by Nangong Yun. From today on, Nangong Yun will be a new member of the Nangong family. I hope that we can treat the Nangong family's descendants well and let the phoenix be reborn in flames." Because of the departing Flame Marquis betrayal, the Burning Sun ruler was filled with guilt, so he decided to stay behind to buy time for everyone. This was understandable, but why did the refined ruler stay behind? There weren't many true spirit realm experts in southern Xia. Southern Xia's information system is managed by the Shangguan family. The Warhound plains changed and the Warhound's army suddenly attacked, but this ruler did not notice it at all, causing southern Xia to fall into disaster. The root of this is the Shangguan family's fault. The refined ruler said with a heavy expression, "This ruler has led the Shangguan family for several decades, but I have only been obsessed with power and benefits. I have forgotten the teachings of my ancestors and abandoned my duty. This ruler is incompetent. The Shangguan family's foundation is in Imperial City, so how could they be fine now that their nest has fallen? The Shangguan family is guilty, so we will fight to the last moment." These two people made Chu Tian suddenly understand something. The calm martial ruler had said that the Burning Sun ruler and the refined ruler were different from the other families he had met. Chu Tian did not understand at that time, but now he knew what he was referring to. From these two noble rulers, Chu Tian saw something normal families did not have: honor and dignity. As rulers of the southern summer country, even if they knew they would die, they would still fight to the last moment. Chu Tian. A low and deep voice sounded in his ears. The Western Marquis was holding a pen dripping with blood as he looked at him. "To be honest, I still hate you to the bone, but it's a pity that I won't have a chance to take revenge. If you are a southern summer man, you will shoulder your responsibilities. Otherwise, even if I turn into an evil spirit in the underworld, I will not let you off." Hong. The sound of the walls collapsing came from the royal palace. The Burning Sun ruler shouted at everyone, "Retreat, otherwise it will be too late. The overall situation is important." The refined ruler also said, "Let's go." Chu Tian cupped his hands to the two of them. "Today's disaster is not only a humiliation for everyone, it is also a humiliation for me, Chu Tian. Today, I, Chu Tian, swear that there will be a day when the Warhound's plains will be flattened." The Burning Sun ruler gave a laugh. "It's enough with your words. The Warhound's kingdom's destruction is just around the corner. My king has given you the title of country guarding ruler in this crisis. It is clear that he has high hopes for you. Now that southern Xia is in danger, I hope that the ruler can withstand the collapse of the southern summer country in this critical moment. The refined ruler walked in front of Chu Tian. The grudge between you and the Shangguan family will be written off by this ruler. Please treat the Shangguan family's descendants well. Let's go. It will be too late if we don't leave now. Jiyu Qianqiu said to Dongfang Haoren, quickly, open the secret passage. The youths and branches of the three great clans, the Griffin Knights, the important scholars, and geniuses, there were a total of 20,000 people. They first went to the royal palace treasury to move the things that could be moved, and the things that couldn't be moved were burned down. Finally, under Dongfang Haoren's lead, they left through the royal palace's secret passage. Hong, dong, dong. The royal palace doors slowly opened. The burning sun ruler and the refined ruler looked at the southern summer imperial city in flames as well as the dense warhounds' army. Their hearts were filled with emotions. They never would have thought that the bustling city from a few days ago would have this kind of earth-shattering change in just a few short nights. The southern summer country that had rested for several decades had been completely burned down by a single fire. The southern summer king was dead. The frontline marshal Dongfang Haoren was dead. Next was the burning sun ruler and the refined ruler. Old man Nangong, we are a bit unwilling to end things like this. That's right, we are too unwilling. But we are old, so we'll leave the future to the youths. At least we can leave in a beautiful manner, our lives won't be in vain. Let's go. The two true spirit experts flew into the air at the same time, leading the experts of the three great clans and their final army to attack the warhounds' army one last time. Fighting like cornered beasts, each person had the determination to die. The warhounds' army suffered a fierce attack and the fierce battle lasted for half a day. The next morning, the flames of battle gradually calmed down. The Fang King stood in the ruined royal palace and looked over the entire imperial city. From today onwards, this land would be completely conquered by him. Reporting to the Fang King, Dongfang Zhon, Shangguan Tsangfeng, and Nangong Yang's corpses have already been buried in Imperial City. Good. Wang Tianlong anxiously charged in and said, we haven't found the corpses of Chu Tian's group. What are you nervous about? A warhound's chief said in an uncaring voice, in this kind of battle, it is normal for the corpses to be destroyed. Impossible. Wang Tianlong had a premonition, he is most likely still alive. The warhound's soldiers did not care. So what if he was alive? The southern summer imperial city had been captured and the elites had all been killed, what else could they do to turn things around? The Fang King thought about it and said, I'll give you the vulture group, search for their whereabouts. It was too late. The escape route Meng Qingwu had left was now in use. At this time, at Kang State's ferry, the giant shark gang fleet she had arranged ahead of time was already waiting. The younger generation of the three great clans and the important talents of Imperial City were currently boarding in an orderly manner. Meng Qingwu looked at the hazy sky and her heart was very heavy. She never thought that they would leave Imperial City like this.